Maybe far away, or maybe real nearby. She may be making his coffee. Oh wait, he may be making her coffee. She may be straightening his tie. Maybe in a house, all hidden by a hill. She may be playing piano. He may be paying a bill. The movie Annie. I love Annie. I found this dog in a Walmart parking lot. He was starving. And I just asked Spirit to bring me a dog. And this is the dog. Kind of looks like the Annie dog. Say hi, Saul. Hi. You want to play a game? Gucci, 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 boom. Gucci, 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 boom. Gucci, Gucci. Are you tired? You don't want to play? You want to play a game? Jiggy, jiggy. Hi. Thank you so much. How are you guys? Jiggy, 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 boom. Jiggy, 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 boom. Jiggy, jiggy, jiggy. You tired? Right. I'll show you guys one day how there's bacon-flavored bubbles for dogs, and I blow the bubbles, and he jumps up and bites and eats the bubbles. He's so cute. So hello to our new family dog, Saul, and Maximus gets along with him very, very well. He's sleeping on my side of the bed. He's already making himself at home. Welcome to Forest Fairy. My name is Mary Moses, and in this place, we open up your inner child. We let your inner child play. And we know that our power comes from this innocent, magical, creative child self that has a song to sing, that has a creative idea, that makes mistakes, that lives in the moment, that doesn't worry about tomorrow or yesterday, that looks at people and says, hey, you want to be my best friend? And they're like, yeah. And we go play and we have a great day. And when we talk about spiritual concepts here, I'm an oracle. If you've never been here before, I do readings in a strange way. It's called scrying. And we get to the bottom of what is happening in our world, individually and collectively. How are we shifting through timelines? What body of a God are we in? Where are we and where are we going? Can we grow our soul through knowledge? Is it the heart that grows us? Is it the mind that grows us? Is it both? Is it just, are we just alone, or is this a collective thing? These are truths that we find in these classes and teachings here at Forest Fairy. So let's say hello to all of our friends here. Welcome to the forest. This is our Mad Hatter girl. We have our little fairy girl right here. This one right here, his name is Teddy Ruxpin. Say hi, Teddy Ruxpin. How are you? Are you not going to work for me today? Let's see what we got going on. Are you just like zombed out? Let's turn you back on.
All about bears. Come dream with me tonight.
Come dream with me tonight. I'll dream with you anytime, any day. So this is our little robot. We want to say hello to Robot. Hi. You okay? You may give you a kiss? Mwah.
Yo, let's play.
You want to play? You always want to play. I'll give you a shake your hand. And this is our tree woman. She has a belly, and inside her belly is a fairy and a little bird. Hello, birdie.
Yo, dude, what's up?
Can you say hello, birdie? And tickle you? Tickle, 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 tickle. Tickle, 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 tickle. I pet you on the back. So cute. What does it mean to be in the body of a god? Yeshua is the body of the moon and the sun. Yah means moon. Shua means the ray of the sun. When we dominate the moon, we are in a world that dominates the word Yah. So Yah is the moon. And so if you are in the body of Freya, Emma Yah, or Gaia, then you are in a female body that is growing like a pretty little bluebird in the the womb or the chalice of a new world. We are in a parallel world, and in this parallel world, we are growing and learning and balancing our mind, body, and spirit. It's like totally fun. All right, well, let's move into our room, and we're going to be going live with John today. And this is where all the magic really happens. Here, we have our little mushroom blankie here. We have beautiful art here. We talk about this art. We talk about being an oracle. What is an oracle? An oracle, is it like Zoltan? An oracle is someone who abandons. You basically open up like an egg. You come to a certain precipice in your life when you say, you know what? I learned from these religions. I learned from my parents. I saw who I became. And I don't really like this world. It's very limiting. I don't have any power here. I can't heal the children. I can't heal the animals. I cannot heal the earth. I feel powerless, and I want to do something about it. And I want to hear the voice of God. So you decide to die before you die. It's a time in your life that happens, and it happens to many of us at a certain precipice. This precipice usually is associated with the number 12. When you are 12 years old spiritually, you leave behind who you were, and you decide, you know what? I don't want to be this human race. I don't want to be part of this world, and I want to hear the invisible voice. And we begin to realize, oh my gosh, there is the visible world, and then there's the invisible world. Your brain is focused on the visible world, and your heart is focused on the invisible world. So when we go through our green heart chakra time, it's usually the cracking of the egg where we begin to realize, oh, there's planets, but then there's invisible planets. There are people, but then there are invisible gods. There is the invisible Holy Spirit, and you have a double self if you've been twice born or born again. That is invisible. Focusing on the invisibility part of it and hearing the invisible voice takes a lot of practice. It takes abandoning and surrendering and obeying God. And God is frequency and sound and can manifest as a person or an animal or anything. And when you become adept to knowing the voice of God and hearing it, you become an oracle. So then you're like Atreyu. Atreyu would only go past the two oracles if he himself was an oracle. So going through the eye of the needle and getting into the realm of heaven and the voice of God really takes having the heart of a child, number one, and number two, hearing the voice of God and obeying it, where you are an oracle and you have gone through a portal known as the eye of the needle. Zoltan, what do you have to say about this?
Today, someone will interrupt you. It is this person who will be the reason the future will respond kindly to your question. Be kind, even when others are not. You will be rewarded many times over.
Be kind even when others are not. I'm going through a time where many adept initiates of the net is what I call it. It's an Egyptian concept. Jesus was an initiate of the net, and we know this because he said, let us cast our nets and be fishermen of men. And an initiate of the net studies sacred geometry. But there comes a precipice when where you get roasted, right? So I have individuals in my life that are roasting me. And so if you're a comedian, you often go through a roasting where they make fun of you and they slap you around a little bit to see if you are triggered or polarized. And why am I going through this? Because I'm being tested. If I am triggered by my face, by my actions, by this physical body and who I am, if someone tells me I'm stupid, I'm wrong, I'm not good enough, any of that, if I get triggered, then I am polarized and I am not abandoning this face and I'm not obeying God. God, I am half flesh, half spirit. I'm not just me anymore. And so there will come a time when you also may get roasted. This means people will come in your life to insult you and you have to not be offended. You just get roasted. And in this roasting, if you can laugh at yourself and you can laugh at the world, then suddenly you get to go through another portal. And this means you are not self-important, or you don't have low self-worth. You've healed it. And if you can get past, and if I can get past low self-worth or self-importance, woohoo! I will then get my wings, like this girl right here, and wear my beautiful dress, and get my crown. And thank you so much for the gifts. I just want you to know that after John goes live with me today, we will do some free readings. I want to show you guys some of the gifts that I have already prepared for those of you who subscribe to me. If you are a subscriber, I have a treasure box of gifts, and they may be peace and prosperity incense. They may be growing your own chamomile flowers here, a glow-in-the-dark flower, some crystal trees, some glow-in-the-dark flower heart necklaces that looks like this, some crystal necklaces. I just have all kinds of things to say thank you. So some stag books these books glow in the dark. I have all kinds of things that I just love you guys and want you to know that every day is your birthday when you come here, because we want you to be part of a magical world. And my main goal isn't for you to believe anything I say. I feel like my energy, I hope, will ignite a fire within your heart so that you feel like a child again. You feel okay to be who you are. I remember my favorite song when I was little by The Muppet Show was the Rainbow Song by Kermit the Frog. And I remember singing it and asking my sister, I was like, do you like my voice? Do you like how I sing? She said, you sound 90% good. And I was like, oh, yay. I was so excited about that, right? But that innocent, childlike, creative, imaginative heart is what I'm hoping to connect with you, because the ego, where if I try to teach you with this, like, this is how it is, and this is what I believe, and this is the truth, and there is no other truth than the truth I am speaking to you. So believe me, follow me, and trust me, and whatever, right? I don't like that. I don't ever want to be like that. If I do start talking like that, just remind me. Look at these coins I got. Oh my gosh. Look, it says a threefold flame. If I do a threefold flame in your art, and I see that you're going through the triquetra, which is the threefold flame, these golden coins, I will send you one as almost like a token that you are going through the threefold flame. I have a whole bunch of them. They're so cute. Don't let me be a jerk. Don't let me tell you that this is the truth or that is the truth, because this moment is the only truth, and the only truth is I just want to be your best friend. Yeah. I want us to feel love. I want you to feel loved. I want you to feel comforted. I want you to feel like you're not alone, you know? And I do have some truth, and I have become quite adept with my spirituality. Let's change that word. Spirit lalali. Our spiritual lalali. I just want you to know that that you have a truth within you that may be completely unique. And God will talk to you in your own unique way. Maybe through flowers, maybe through nature, maybe through water, maybe through fire, maybe through food. I don't know. But don't let someone else's truth be your truth. You have your own unique truth, and I would love to hear what your truth is. And that's why I do readings for you, because every reading is unique. The blueprint of your soul is so unique. You, and God talks to you, all of you, in a very unique way. All of you have spirit animals. All of you have something about you that isn't like anyone else. So I think it's okay for you to go, you know what? God told me to wear shoes with flowers on them and bells around my ankles and to sleep on a trampoline at night and whatever brings you joy, because joy is your strength. Let your creativity be your power. And that's something that I would, want to encourage for you guys today. So hello. Hi, and thank you for the gifts. I love you. Can you feel my love through the phone? What? Yeah, I took a little vacation. I needed it. I needed to slow down. You guys know for the last 6 months, I don't know how long, I've been booked solid. And I thought, you know what? I turned off my readings and I took a break and started playing. I made cabinets. I made art. Oh, thank you guys. I made all kinds of things just to play, to have fun. And in the midst of my playing, I found a new dog and I'm just so excited. So we will be going live with John here in a minute because John is going to speak. We're going to actually invite you guys to go live with us. If you have been following John, if you feel confused, that's fine. That's totally okay. We want you guys to come live with us and talk about what you learned or what you don't understand, and about your awakening, about what John sees and what I see. I see the invisible world. John sees visible. So we work very well together, and it just so happens we end up seeing the exact same thing regardless what symbologies or books John is reading. He gets into runes and Norse mythology, often gets into the Babylonian symbolisms, things like that. It just so happens that he ends up seeing the same thing I see, where the invisible meets the visible. And we're starting to see truths that just kind of hits the bullseye. Boom, right in the center. And this center is what? I just can't even, I'm exploding with excitement because I can't even convey some of the truths that are coming out even on the astral realm. John saw a fox and I had barking dogs outside my window. And we're starting to be communicated with by the spirit realm. And oftentimes, like Harry Potter saw the deer or the stag, if you start seeing animals like a rabbit or a dog or something like that, then you are probably being communicated with. So hello. Yeah? Yeah, it's the visible and the invisible. Like, for instance, you guys let me know when John gets here. For instance, let's do a collective reading about what this day, the energy of this day is. And every day it's getting closer, going faster than a roller coaster. Love like yours will surely come my way. Hey. Every day it's getting faster. Everyone says go up and ask her. Love like yours will surely come my way. Hey. This day is a day of looking toward the west. Do you guys know what it means to look toward the west? It means you're looking at God. To be looking toward the east is looking at self. When we study alchemical symbolism, or we study so this is a phoenix Some of you, maybe all of you, are going through the Phoenix fire. And oh, Harry Potter, you are rebirthing. What? You're going to look at this thing and it's going to blow up in your face. And it's on an egg. Ha ha ha. And it's going to blow up on your face. And it's sitting on an egg. And you're going to hatch out. Oh, and it has so many symbolisms. Yeah, so this is the invisible heart. You have a visible heart and you have an invisible heart. Did you know that? So I can hear some of you guys doing this. It's like, yeah, these arrows going up, but this is a feather. There are rune symbols here. So here's a scroll that has opened, and this scroll that has opened has created a reality and opened up something within our lives. And there looks like a triangle going down is a portal that is opened. And out of this portal comes this energy out like this. And so she is reaching around like this with her arm to draw or write on a piece of paper. This is called automatic writing. She's not looking at the paper. They're both looking at God, which is looking west, and doing automatic writing. This is Spirit telling all of you listening today to get into automatic writing. And while you're at it, wear some rabbit slippers. Why? Maybe it'll help you to follow the white rabbit. So, walking on water, opening portals, realizing that your invisible heart has the ability to do much more than you thought before. Maybe in the past you thought you couldn't do this or that. Maybe it's time to reevaluate what you have the ability to do. There seems to be in this area a vulture, and the vulture is eating an egg. So I think some people allow themselves to rebirth into a new person, allowing their heart to be filled with the Spirit of God. And they obey it and they step into their power and they follow the white rabbit down the rabbit hole, right? And they open a scroll and they open portals, and some people forsake it. And the vultures come and eat their egg. This means their egg was never cracked open. They did not rebirth. Her head is opening like an egg also. Her head looks like an egg. And there's a volcano, and there's some kind of fire energy here, just coming out like a volcano. And this is the energy of Spirit, setting your soul on fire. And this blue fire is what John is going to tell you about. This blue fire is about St. Elmo's fire. And St. Elmo's fire is about setting your soul on fire, like a phoenix, cracking open the egg of your visible heart to reveal the invisible heart, to step into a power like an oracle, automatic writing, healing the sick, walking on water, or you will forsake it and the vultures will come and steal your egg. And that is your power. This is your awakening. This is Many of you guys, there is a Christ on the cross here. You are still on the cross of Christ. This means you're still believing what the world is telling you about yourself. You are still a carbon copy of what you were told you were. You are still perpetuating the age of Pisces, and you're still believing in very limited understanding, and you are allowing your power and your energy and your soul to rot like an egg that is rotten, and the vultures will come and you will forsake it. Please don't. So don't look to the east like the vulture. Look to the west. Here and here. Both the phoenix and the female are looking west. This gives you your invisible heart. This makes you powerful. White rabbit equals 11. And there are dark energies down here walking. And they're young, dark souls. And these young, dark souls are looking at the rabbits, wondering how in the world they can become white also. And if they want to, they have to get into these books of learning and open the scroll within their heart. And so, yeah, this is a very good reading. Behind everything is this lion here. And this is the sun energy. If your heart is opened, your heart is communicating with the sun, because your heart emits an electromagnetic energy, and so does the sun. So you're working with the sun. And that's good. So don't look east. That means looking at the world. Look at the invisible world. Nothing there, is there? The invisible world of God. And that's through the invisible heart that you cannot see. What a wonderful read. The volcano. You might like to know that the smoke of the volcano has a psychedelic effect, and you might wonder if Moses, who went to Mount Sinai, which was a volcano at one time, breathed in that smoke to hear the voice of God, and he was totally tripping on volcano smoke. But it's also a symbol of fire. So, St. Elmo's fire, igniting your soul on fire, which is a really wonderful introduction for John to talk about this idea of setting your soul on fire. And I love the idea of blue flames instead of the red flame, you know. The smoke is called Vogue. Ooh, thank you for that. Thank you. Hello, Camille. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you. Hello, Opal Star. How are my angels? Hello, Aspire to Dream with you guys. Please follow each other. Becoming magical master manifestors. Ooh, I love that. Hello, True to You. Thank you. I don't know if you saw the treasure box, but we have giveaways today. What? For you guys. Just gifts from me and John to you. To say thank you for being subscribers. You will always get something free from us because we love you. No, we don't love you. This is how it goes. You are divinely meant to be in our lives. So it's not about love. It's not about you doing something for us or we do something for you. It's about we're doing such a great job listening to the invisible voice of our heart that you are just in divine timing. And because we are all in this groove of divine timing, we trust each other because it's not about what you give me or what I give you. It's about we're all meant to be here. And how fantastic is that we all found ourselves here. And so for that, I thank God, because none of us would be here if we didn't hear that invisible calling of God, which is, I call it the Holy Spirit. You can call it the Great Spirit. You can call it the Great Stag, the white holy dove, the white unicorn, whatever you can identify with that invisible spirit, which takes you on journeys in your dreams, which tells you truths about people or yourself, which gives you synchronicities and numerologies and things that kind of helps you to understand, hey, I'm here. You are not alone. And that's what I love, because our old relationships were all about, I'm afraid I'm going to lose you as a friend because I'm not giving enough to you, or I don't love you enough, or maybe I'm not there enough for you. But when you start obeying divine timing, everything is, and everyone in your life is there divinely. And it doesn't matter why they're there or what they do for you. They're just meant to be there. And that makes it a lot easier on all of us to have a relationship, because you're like, okay, what can I do for you? Nothing. You're just meant to be here. That's all. Inner dragon and higher self who holds the power to create your heaven on earth. I love that. Yes, the great Roby spirit. Oh, I love that. Oh, I love you guys. You guys are awesome. So John will be here in about 5 minutes. Let's see if we can see anything else while we're looking at this piece. I noticed that this is a female. Remember, when spirit brings you the image of this female, it's not that she has boobies and she's a human woman. It is a female body of a place. And let me explain that. Once upon a midnight dreary, I woke with something in my head. There was a god named Yam. Then there was a god named Yahshua. And then there's Yahweh. So when you're talking about Yah dominating MM or Shua or Way, this is a place. And Yah is the moon. Yah means moon. So when the moon dominates Shua, the moon, darkness dominates light. So Shua means the sun. Shua is called the ray of the sun. Yah is the moon, which is darkness. So let's just say dark. When dark dominates light, it's called the primal fiery waters of chaos. It's the mind of God. So when we are in chaos used to be called gas. It's manna. It's a supernatural power of God. It's the fire of God. Gas is changed to chaos like this, and then it was yet again changed to chaos. So Yam and Yahshua and Yahweh was a world that we were all born in, connected to, many of us, the age of Pisces. It is the waters of chaos. And so when we moved through the body of Christ or Yahweh or Yam, we had to go from darkness into the light. We had to become illuminated. Once we went through the illumination, this flipped. We went through a polar shift. And then suddenly the light, which is the sun, dominated sin or darkness. The god of the moon was also named Sin. So once the light dominates darkness, you become illuminated. And you have actually shifted out of the body of Yahweh, Yahshua, and Yam. And you are now in a place that dominates darkness. Now, sometimes the names come so apparent, it's ridiculous. Like, if you've entered the Hall of Solomon, Sol means sun. Oman actually spells moon. This is the sun dominating the moon. But since she is a female, it means that we have entered the body of Freya, Gaia, or her name is Emma, and she's female. So Freya, Gaia, and Emma are from a star system called Sirius B. So think of Sirius Black from Harry Potter. Sirius B, the dog. And so Sirius Black was a dog. And so this star system has burst within your heart and actually created, this is your heart and your body. You now have an invisible heart that is connected to the invisible Holy Spirit, which is an invisible mother, and you are in the world of invisibility. And you are becoming illuminated, wearing your luminous rainbow light body, which dominates darkness. we have moved through this body. Many of us have. So when you see a female here, it doesn't mean she's human. It means that this is the body of Freya. We are now in the fire of Gaia, Freya, or Ema. And they are not a person. They are a place. And they have a certain particular energy. And that particular energy has a set of rules. And these set of rules will push you to grow into your adepthood. Otherwise, you get eaten by the vulture. Okay. Oh, you did solstice lights. Thank you for that. You did a scrying after your live, and I came across a phoenix as well. Good job. We are going to invite you guys to come live with us today. John's going to talk to you guys. You know how John has a lot to say today, especially about the fire. This is the phoenix fire. This is the volcano. This is the female. He's going to talk about St. Elmo's fire. And then we talked about the illumination and the sun, which is fire, dominating your flesh. So for your flesh to be set on fire is a very good thing. And so we want you guys to come live and talk to us about any questions that you have about our past classes and about clarification. All right. So please don't feel shy. You will not have to show your face. It's just your voice. All right. And carry the heart of a child. Don't be embarrassed about how you speak or what you say, because I am totally fine with making mistakes and not speaking correctly or whatever. I want you to be that innocent child and to feel safe here. That's the goal, is for you to feel safe. Okay? Let's see if John is here, because it is 2:00. Yeah, she is a dimension or a realm. So Solomon came to our readings and said, I am not a person. I am a place. These gods no longer need a human form or a form like that. They are a place. And they are connected to the Egyptian Book of Gates and the Ark. They are rooms of time, timelines. And once you move past a certain timeline, you move into another body of a god, which has a certain essence. Now, they can manifest as one person or even thousands of people. So if you're in the body of Christ, you may get pushed around and nailed to the cross. And you will die in rebirth. And everyone in your life will make sure that that happens. So everyone in your life is the voice and body of God, of Christ, which is a jerk. Christ is a nice guy, according to the Bible. He was Mithra, he was Horus, he was many, many energies. But unfortunately, this energy pushes us to heal our 7 wounds of Christ, our 7 chakras, and die before we die, and rebirth, and many other things. It's a painful time. However, when we move into the new world, it's not that anymore. Now it's, if you hear the voice of God and you obey it, you will grow and you will become more than human. You will step into a superpower. If you can continue and you actually focus. If you refuse to focus and you refuse to hear the voice and you refuse to go within, you keep focusing outside. If we keep looking east instead of west, if we continue to look at the world outside of ourselves, we will be eaten by the vulture. If we continue to look inside ourselves and go through the rebirth and look at God, the invisible world, then we will step into our shoes, which are the 2 rabbits. This is so cute. It's like God has a sense of humor or something. And it's hard because this whole week that I've been off, I've dealt with people who are arguing with me, and it's taken me away from my meditations. And yet I still maintained my 0 point energy and was able to do some many great things and to see many amazing truths. So it's just a matter of setting a program and consistently keeping up with that program every day. Thank you so much, Warrior. I love you. It does look like a trident. It does. This is the letter W. This is the letter Y upside down. This is Yam and Yeshua and Yahweh. The letter Y upside down means that we're done with that world. We're not in Yah anymore. Oh, John is here. John. All right, let's rock. All right, here we go, John. I'm going to invite you to go live. And so we're talking about fire. John is going to talk about igniting fire in your heart. St. Elmo's fire, the blue fire. Welcome, John. I just sent. Hello.
Hey!
Let's make you big here. Here we go.
How is everybody? Good, I hope. How are you, Mary?
Oh, I'm totally awesome.
Awesome. Okay, so I heard you talking a little bit about this week, dealing with some jerks, and I understand 1,000,000% what she means when she says that now, because it's like when you go on TikTok and you start doing these things, especially when you start doing them for free, and people start making demands or telling you you're wrong or want to argue with you or telling you that you're doing something bad or whatever, it can wear on you if after it happens. And Mary, last night I saw you come out swinging for the first time since I've known you when you made that video. I need to hear when you did that cover. That was awesome.
Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, I'm having a hard time making you bigger. It's not giving me the option. It's a microphone and a movie, and then the ability to, there's two faces. Nope. And then there's the settings, and it's not like it was before. So let's see here. What can I do?
If there's anything that...
Is there something that is different than before? Here we go. Let's see. Try again.
I swear they switch this on us weekly.
Yeah. So let me see what I can do. Maybe I can minimize myself. Just
Okay.
Hold on a second.
That's fine. No worries. So guys, this week, so let me, first of all, if there's anyone here that doesn't know me, my name is John Michael. Mary and I have been working together extensively for the past so much time. I learn from her all the time, like literally on a daily basis, from her pieces in particular. So today we're going to be carrying on from last week. Last week I'm going to review. So here's kind of what the agenda is. I'll wait until we figure out how to get it up there. We were able to take some of the feedback that we got that was constructive, and we're going to implement that this week. And we're going to kind of simplify things just a little bit. All right. Everything we're going to talk about today is based on several things that happened to Mary and myself at the same time last week prior to the hybrid total solar eclipse on Wednesday night. And so what we're going to do is we're going to just do a little bit of a story time first. And the reason I like to do this, as we've talked about this before, I think it's really important for everybody to have a certain amount of details, because that's what helps you either apply it to your belief system and anchor it, or not. And whatever is fine. But the more details that you have, the more real that it becomes, the stronger the belief is, and the more of the impact everything we're talking about becomes. So then after we talk about that, we are going to talk about St. Elmo's fire. And it correlates directly with what the solar eclipse this week and different things that have happened. And it also incorporates everything that we have learned up until this point. And when I say we're going to talk about it, what I mean is that you guys are, everyone that's here is going to walk away today with instructions step by step on what you need to do, why it needs to be done, and how you do it. Okay? And then after we go over that, we're going to do Q&A. Mary and I are just to answer questions about the what, the why, and the how. all right? One of the tweaks that we have to do is that some of the songs we've been playing, we've been getting our hands slapped, and that's totally on me. I'm new to this, so that's my bad. So to make sure that that doesn't happen, we're not going to be playing any songs on this live today, all right? Instead, what I'm going to do is there we go. She's getting it. There we go.
Yeah, hold on. Still, something's weird. Hold on.
That's all right. It's all good. And so what I'm going to do, guys, is that what I saw in the meditation when this came to me is I'm going to actually make a video of myself doing exactly what we're going to teach today, step by step, throughout the entire song, so that you can watch it as many times as you want and incorporate it your own personal creative ways into it, and then be able to do it either by yourself, or if you want me or Mary to do it with you, or whatever. We'll talk about it. But I'm that video is not ready yet because I'm gonna make it awesome, and I haven't. It's been a crazy week, so we're just gonna go through the how to do it today, step by step, answer questions so that everybody is on the same page. And then it will just be, then you can go back, watch this video. I did post up some of the notes prior to class starting today. So if you didn't see them, you don't have to do it right now, but you can go to my page. I pinned the notes for today's class up on the page. That it also includes notes from last week's class. And then after today's class, all of the visuals that I have printed up that I'm going to show, I will also make available, okay? Today we're also going to be referencing a lot of Mary's pieces a lot more regularly, because this week especially, they pointed us in the right direction, and it was insane.
John, I think I need to invite you as a host instead of a guest, because it's absolutely not letting me make you bigger for some reason. Okay. And maybe I did the wrong thing.
Okay, all right, I'll rejoin.
Yeah, click off, and I'm going to try to invite you as a host. Okay. So I need to. All right, so can I? John, request to go to be a host, because I can request you to be a guest, but let me just, I'll just try that again. It should be
Yeah, it's not showing as a host.
All right.
Hang on, that's all right. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, it wasn't this way last time.
No, it wasn't at all.
No.
Settings, comment settings, moderator.
So, all right, I'll figure it out. You keep talking, I'll figure it out.
Okay. We roll with it. All right, so guys, everybody welcome. This is going to be an awesome day today. Like I said, what we're going to do first is we're going to review what we did last week. Coming into this week, we're going to have a little bit of a story time so that it anchors kind of all of the why behind what we're going to be talking about today. And then we're going to go through it step by step, literally from front to end of the song Man in Motion from St. Elmo's Fire. And then we are going to do Q&A. All right, so this is going to be a lot more focused today. At the same time, it's going to incorporate a lot of what we have been talking about. So if you haven't been on these lives for the past few weeks and something sounds off, that's okay. Hang in there. We'll get you the notes and catch you up in time. But we're going to go ahead and move forward now. So I don't know, you can't see my whiteboard yet, so I'm just going to sit in front of here. All right, so last week, what we were talking about specifically was the connection between the Hanged Man of the tarot deck, right, and the connection with the doll on a music box from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. We showed all of the connections. We showed specific movements, specific placement of feet and hands at different times, right? And we talked about what the correlation was with the flying machine that looked kind of like a kite that flies in the sky. He mentioned that there were rings around the ends, which are the wrists. We're going to get to this today. And we saw how it correlated with Return to Oz when Dorothy found Tick-Tock inside behind the secret stone wall, and Tick-Tock had 3 different knobs that you wound on him that entailed his consciousness. The first one was a knob for his thinking, the second one was a knob for his speech, and the third one was a knob for his action. That just so happened to correlate with where the 3 nails are in our chakras, or the 3 nails that held Christ to the wooden cross, the wood made out of a tree, right? And that is your third eye, thinking, your throat chakra, speaking, and your root chakra, action. So it matched up perfect. So those 3 nails in those chakras, what we come to realize is that when you start looking at different stories of occult practices or rituals, all this kind of thing, you'll always see people singing and dancing, right? That's something that's very common. Well, that's because when you incorporate all 3 of those chakras simultaneously, visualization, singing, and dancing, the reason singing and dancing is important is because that tunes you with the natural rhythm, right? The octave of nature, the octave meaning a song, okay? The way you connect spiritually with that natural rhythm is through your speech and through your action, okay? Singing and dancing, okay? While you're visualizing specific things in the right sequence. So, the whole idea behind this is that when we looked at the Hanged Man and the connection to the doll on the box, right? There's a couple problems here. Number one, that doll on the box is actually part of us, right? When we were talking about going to the hanging tree at midnight, right? Hunger Games, where Katniss shoots the arrow at the top of the tree, and the lightning bolt hits the tree, it splits it in half, right? And it brings down, hey, we're getting closer, and it splits it in half and brings the veil down, right? That's what this is about today, you guys. So what we will need to do is that there are 2 different parts that have been put in us that we need to get rid of. The first are the nails. The nail here, and the nail in our root chakra, or our ankles, okay? The second thing is that we need to get rid of the fetters. The fetters, or the magical rope of heaven, isn't just a rope. It's a rope with thorns. The line that goes straight up, that connects all the chakras, and then Ida and Pingala, that go like this, around each chakra, right? Those have thorns on them. Also, our crown chakra has thorns on them, so it keeps your crown chakra open to the false astral. That's why Christ wore a crown of thorns, okay? So we have to remove the nails and cut out those fetters. How do we do that? We do that by simultaneously doing the visualizations, the speaking, and the actions all at the same time. And the way we do that specifically is through the song Man in Motion that is on St. Elmo's Fire. All right. So now what we're going to do, so this is going to start kind of the story part of this, because this is just too cool. And again, this part to me is one of the most important parts, because what happened this week, it's not even at the level of synchronicities, in my opinion, anymore. You'll see. So I'm speechless. So Sunday night, right? So the day after our last live event, Sunday, I get a bunch of messages from you guys. And I first of all, I want to say thank you to everybody that has left nice messages or expressing your excitement or your thanks. It makes Mary and I really, really happy to see when people are excited about this, because that's what this is all about, right? This isn't about, this is a situation that in the past in our lives growing up, right? We have been taught about there's somebody that's a leader and then everybody follows the leader. But that's not how I see it, okay? How I see it is there is somebody that gets access to some kind of information or experience. Then they share that information. And then everybody that they share that information with takes it and they become the leader. And they do it again. And it repeats and repeats and repeats until we ascend. All right? So the point I'm making here is I want to be very clear about this. The way that Mary and I see this is that every single person in here is just like me and Mary are just like every one of us. Okay, this is a pass the baton thing. That's what this is, all right? This is what I'm talking about. Every single one of you who wants to can get this, is going to get their St. Elmo's fire, and then you bring it down and you light all these other people. Then each one of these people becomes this, and here's a whole bunch more people, and it continues. That's what this is about. So, here's what happened. On Sunday, I got several messages from my dear Opal Star. She had some pretty awesome synchronicities happen after class, one of which introduced the song Man in Motion by John Parr in the movie St. Elmo's Fire. I listened to it and I read the words, and I had some kind of insane thing happen to me that next night, okay? I've discussed before that one of the runes that has come to me when I'm meditating is Raido, right? Raido looks like a big R. Hey Jeff, I just knocked over all my water. Can you grab me a towel? All of the tragedies of going live. Raido. Oh, you know what? That's all right. You have to turn this around. 1 second, guys.
Or you can write backwards.
Right. Did you remember my drawings from last week, Mary? Can you imagine me drawing them? There we go. How's that?
That's perfect.
Give me 1 second, guys. I just spilled.
I love learning about runes because I see rune symbolisms in readings all the time and I have no clue. I have a book where I started reading about them. But I have something interesting to say about that, about runes, that Spirit told me about runes that nobody has in written history. And I'll talk about that maybe.
Awesome. Well, you told me about that yet.
I'll tell you while he's going is when we're talking about the net, and you become a master of the net, it's almost like every rune can be drawn out from this net. So if you look at that R, it goes R, 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 R. Every rune is a symbol of the net. You can just, I'd have to show it to you, but anyway, now we'll let John talk.
That's right. That is the crystalline. It's called the seed crystal, and it's Hagelas. It looks like the Catharagrid, like a hexagon. You're exactly right.
I did.
Yeah. No, I can't wait to hear what you say because
Okay.
I'll share too. So anyway, Raido. This is, and when I heard myself say this in my head loud, but I didn't see the shape of it. I know now that it's because Raido, what it is, it's the equivalent of, it's two runes put together. It's Isa and Soilo. Okay? Put together. Isa is ice, Soilo is fire, which is the sun. Soilo can further be split up into Akinaz going this way and Akinaz going this way. So anyhow, we'll get more specifics into that. So Raido is after I heard that, I knew the reason why they told me that. They told me ride the music. And basically what that means is that when I listen to music, it somehow synchronizes everything with the natural system. So I'm sure a lot of you guys know that when people are using psychic abilities, even probably when Mary's doing her readings, right? Your brain waves match the environment. Okay, so that used to be 7.83, the Schumann resonance. It's much higher now because the frequency is increasing. But basically, whenever someone would do healing or any kind of psychic healing or remote viewing, anything like that, it's when their brain waves match the environment. Okay, so basically what I believe is that writing the music for me synchronizes my brain and my system with my spirit team, and it literally comes flooding in to the point that where certain songs where I feel emotional, we talked about that strong emotional pull to pay attention. What happens is I see an actual, like I used to call it a music video because it was always to music, right? I see it like a movie play out in my mind. And the movie that played out in my mind for this Man in Motion is I ended up doing it in my garage the night of the eclipse. And I'm going to tell you why I think it worked. And that's what we're going to talk about today. But leading up to it, I want to give you all of the backups of why I think, what led me to actually go through with it and do it. Okay? So, Opal Star gives me this song. When I saw that, the first time I saw the whole song play through, and I watched myself doing certain things, all right? Then after I listened to it over and over again, I would still watch the same video over and over, but they would point something out. Look at what hand you're using. Look at what your foot is doing. That means this. This means this. Like to a T, so that I knew exactly what to actually do myself the night of the eclipse. Then someone came forward. My grandfather, who had passed away before I was born, who took his life, came forward. I have this ring that was given to me of his, and it's been sitting in my drawer forever, okay? This ring, I don't know if you guys could see it or not. It's a blue sapphire, and in this sapphire, it has a cat's eye. The cat's eye is the shape of the rune Eeyore. Eeyore is what we call life force. It is the element of salt. Okay? He came to me in this meditation. It's like it went on pause, and he said, this was for this moment on Wednesday night. This is for you. On one side, it's got an arrow pointing this way, or a triangle pointing this way, and another triangle pointing this way. This is Thurisaz, the hammer, and this is Naudis, the nail. The hammer and nail, your right and left hands. When you strike it together, it makes a spark of lightning. It's silver, like the original earth energy should be, and sapphire is my birthstone. Sapphire. So then I was thinking, wouldn't there be something cool? I've always seen blue fire in my family, or in my body when I do fire. So I was like, all right, I wonder if there's a crystal that is blue fire instead. Sapphire. I didn't ever put it together. Blue fire. Can you guys see me?
Yeah.
Okay. It was quiet, so I wanted to make sure I didn't. Okay. So that came to me too. Very emotional. And then it was almost like I went through this, like, it wasn't a life review, but I kept on seeing all these awesome things that happened in my life, and like I was an emotional wreck on Monday. It was like it was crazy. I couldn't believe it. Nothing was ever this intense. So Opal Star, thank you so much for sending that to me, because wow, was I supposed to see that? Was I ever? So on this hybrid solar eclipse, so before we get to that, then on Tuesday night, I'm reading in my Babylonian Star Lord book, right, that we talked about a bunch of times, and I'm reading in it specifically the information on the wolf and how the wolf has a direct correlation with foxes and panthers when it comes to symbology, right? So I put this down. It's about 1 o'clock in the morning. I draw on my chest. I don't know why I did this, but I just did. I drew the symbol for St. Elmo's fire over my heart chakra. All right, I'm looking for where that printout is. And so it's on my wrist. I'll find it so you guys will be able to see it. I drew that over my heart chakra, turned out the light, and laid down. Jeff was already sleeping. All right, not 10 seconds pass, and I hear some strange sound. What's that? I don't know. Maybe it's just whatever. So then we hear it again. This time Jeff's head pokes up. So I knew it wasn't just me. Then we hear it again. It sounds like it's in our room. I mean, it's so close that it's crazy. He goes, "What the F is that?" I go over to the window, and we're on the second floor, and I open the window and I look. There is a fox sitting under the window. He was looking at the window when I opened the window up. He sat there and talked to me. So when Jeff came over, he ran into the street, but then he turned around. He sat in the street and he talked to me for 10 minutes. It was the biggest fox I'd ever seen, and it was weird. Foxes usually run off. Like, Jeff was totally...
I saw the video, you guys. He was like literally talking to the fox, and the fox was talking to him.
Yeah, so, and I'm looking, I sent the video to my email, and of course it's not in here. So, guys, I'm going to post the video because, again, it's not that I'm like trying to like prove myself. It's important to see these things because it helps anchor the belief. All right, so I'm going to post that. I'm going to make a TikTok of it. You guys will know what it is when you see it. Then I text, and so I tell my mom first thing in the morning. She spent the night by my sister's to watch my nephew, and as soon as I told her, the first thing my mom said, "Did you tell Mary? Something must have happened to Mary." And I'm like, "I didn't tell Mary yet." So, Mary, why don't I hand it over to you? I text Mary, "Did anything strange happen to you last night?" What'd you say back, Mary?
So no one's home. I'm by myself, and Maximus, my dog, is with me, and I got this new dog. So he's having a communication with a fox. I'm getting wolves or a dog. Now I live out in the forest. We're on 10 acres, but we're surrounded by the forest, for the swamp everywhere, right? And I hear these dogs circle my window the exact same night that John sees the fox. And my dogs go crazy, and they are barking literally at my window. And it's not just one dog. It's like, I don't know, 10 dogs. It was so loud. They were like running around the house. I could hear their brr, 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 their footsteps. And so I let Maximus out, and Maximus goes and chases these dogs, but I never saw them. I know we have wild wolves out here, but they were a pack of some strange dogs coming to my window, like literally at my window, just like the fox was at his window the exact same night.
At the same exact time too, you guys.
Same time.
So anyway, so I thought that was pretty wild. I mean, when you start to involve wild animals, call me crazy, but maybe that means something. So then the next morning, I get up, I meditate, and I realize, holy shit, I know why the fox and the dogs were at our place. So after the first of the new year, like after January 1st, the very first new moon, the very first new moon, they call the wolf moon because the wolves howl at the moon, all right? And what the wolf moon means is new beginnings, all that good stuff, but they call it the new moon, or the wolf moon. The eclipse was the exact next night, and this eclipse that happened on Wednesday night was a new moon, which means April is the true first month of the year. We talked about that a little bit last week, how it's supposed to end with March, right? If April's the first month of the year, then the night of the eclipse with the new moon was the wolf moon. So after that, I was like, okay, weird, of course. Then, Mary, is it okay if I share the text back and forth of just the conversation of me and you had with just about magic and the one?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. So here's what happened next. I send Mary a snapshot. It was 11:19, and when she texted me this, the song Magic was on by Olivia Newton-John. We have history with this song, so it was significant that it was on. Okay, and I put, when you text me. She says, Magic, 1119, wow, 9/11. And I said, time for the lightning to strike. 9/11, when you write it out in Roman numerals, is 9/11, right? This is something, do you guys remember when I told you about the meditation that I did where I went down into the well? I took the ingwas off the wall and it went into my heart space.
Yeah.
So this is what that is. What I did was I took an ingwas, all right, which was this. This is a seed or an acorn. This is the carrier of divine energy, divine feminine, divine masculine. All right. I took this off the wall in the well, and I brought it to my heart space. Now I had anchored a rune that looked like this in my heart space. Okay. So this is called Dagas. Okay. And then I had a Tiwaz that was upside down that went into it like that, and a Tiwaz that went up into it like this. And so ultimately the rune looked like this when you combine it all together. Okay. What I did then so this is my heart center. I turned this with my hand so that this was up and down so that the Dagas part matched, like it basically went over where the vortex of my heart chakra met together, right? And then the arms stuck out of the sides like this, where I would hold on to it with my hands.
Yeah.
When I brought this ingwas into here, all right, what happened was, it was crazy because it happened automatically by itself. Okay, it did this. Now, this initially started out like this, which is Yira, okay? When it went to the middle of this, it picked up that line that's there, and it shrunk back into the middle and became this again. That was last fall, you guys, all right? What it says about ingwas is that it's a seed that you plant in the fall, and then it reemerges in the spring, okay? Now, on to 9/11. 9/11, right?
Yeah.
When you put them together.
Oh, the 2 X's. And I even just sent you a piece that had the 2 X's. Yes.
It made
The
what I
same
saw
shape. No
in
way.
So what that told me is that, okay, it came back out and the acorn is ready to break. Another way we've talked about that is hatching the egg from the inside. Okay, so then I was like, oh, there's more. On top of that, today is April 19th. If April is the first month, then it's 1919. 911 in reverse. 9/11 was about them taking down the Twin Towers, right?
Mm-hmm.
R11. On April 19th, our Twin Towers went back up. But this time, they weren't buildings. They were bullhorns. And that is what St. Elmo's fire is all about.
Damn. The letter Y pointed down. That's what we just saw in the reading. We just did. It's like a letter Y pointed down.
Mm-hmm. So this is the symbol for St. Elmo's fire. We're going to get into this. There is something you have to do with this, and we're going to go through all of it. But this is something to me that was significant. I mean, that, like...
John, while you were talking,
Yeah.
I opened up the Babylonian star lore to page 145, right to the fox. Didn't turn pages, nothing, turned right to the fox. And the very first sentence that I read is that the fox is a symbolism of escaping death from the underworld. And when we look at the upside down world, and the underworld is an upside down world, and we go to the right side up world, it is a flipping, it's a pole shift, and the poles are 1-1. The two towers, the two poles, 9/11, all of these are all connected to right side up world, upside down world. The fox. This is the fox.
Yeah, fox is also the trickster. Again, this is Opal Star came to my aid. The trickster is what we call Mercury. Mercury is what I think I've shared with you guys before. I believe that so the phases of the moon, I believe there's something called the dark moon. The dark moon revolves around the moon. Okay, I believe it's all plasma. I don't think it's solid at all. So that dark moon that revolves around it. So basically, when there's a new moon, that's really the dark moon fully covering the moon. All right, that dark moon, in my opinion, is Mercury. Mercury is the trickster. Gemini.
Yeah.
Gemini is the
11.
The box that the doll is turning around on, that's Gemini. The Ark of the Covenant, that's Gemini. All of it. It's the trickery. So, now there's more. So what you just said, Mary, about the old coming down, right? Do you remember when we discussed a couple Saturdays ago, I believe that starting April 20th is going to be the beginning of the end, meaning the final rotation of our lives here on this third dimensional Earth. April 20th, 2023 to April 8th, 2024. You guys remember this? Because those are the two eclipses, right? Well, when you take April 20th and you take it to April 8th of 2024, you get 352 days, okay? 352 days, if you divide that out by what we said the correct number of zodiac signs should be. Remember how I taught, we went over, and this is in the notes too, how they turned 8 signs into 12 by splitting the ones on the corners into 2 each, right?
Yeah.
Through Gemini. That's why in the hanging song, she says, where they strung up a man, they say who murdered 3. Because each one of those points became 2 more. So 1 became 3 because of the double mirror. When you stand in front of the double mirror, now you have 3.
Yeah.
So the 12 zodiac signs is going to go back to 8, all right? 8 is what we call an octagram, or the perfect angles, right? 45-degree angles. Octagram is also the shape that correlates with Mercury, the fox. So if you take 352 days, okay, which is basically 364 minus 12, which is 20 minus 8, April, how much they cut out, right? 352 days divided by 8, you get 44. 33 becomes 44, all right? So the way that this correlates with this is that 352 divided by 8 getting 44, now if you take 44 divided by our magic number 11, right, you get 4. Then you can take 1 off, have 3. 1 is the magic number that is always there, but you can see it or not see it, right? Anything times 1 is itself. And then 3 times 11 is 33. This is how you move the whole thing backwards through the 1111 gateway. Talk to me, Mary. I hear the wheels turning.
You might like to know that the Carnival was always celebrated on November 11th every year. It's many Disney movies call it the Topsy-Turvy Day. And if you watch Hunchback of Notre Dame, they have this day where the king becomes a peasant and the peasant becomes the king. So the Hunchback of Notre Dame, the hunchback became the good guy and became loved and beloved, and the priest became the bad guy, right? And so this pole shift is really, and there's so many stories that talk about, so the 2 towers, it's no coincidence that the 2 towers looks like the number 11. No coincidence that it sits in front of a body of water that reflects the number 11. Here we have 1111. 911 equals 11. And every single character that talks about this, whether it's literally the name 11 from Stranger Things, or Harry Potter has 11 letters in his name, Jesus Christ has 11 letters, Neo Anderson has 11 letters, Dorothy Gale has 11 letters, White Rabbit has 11 letters, Emerald City has 11 letters. This is describing, we've gone through the darkness, we've gone through the underworld, and we went through a flip, topsy-turvy. Now we're going into the right side up world, and it's really what John and I are doing, and what John is kind of helping all of us get into, is we are in a new world, and all we have to do is hear that spirit and the synchronicities through music, like St. Elmo's Fire, use our body, action and word, in some sort of trinity, like a balance, and you'll start stepping into your superpower.
So here's something interesting. Can you guys see the board, Mary?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So a lot of our ET allies that are doing things behind the scenes, right? There is a name for our moon because it's not natural, okay? And they call it part of the Leviathan, all right? Leviathan is plural, so they call the moon Levan, Levan, right? Aquarius is the 11th sign, right? 11.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think. 11.
11.
John.
So, Mary, you know how you just said it wasn't happenstance that these things happen on 11/11? Well,
Yeah.
just like it not being happenstance that the Twin Towers came down on 9/11,
Yeah.
it's not happenstance we had a hybrid total solar eclipse with a new moon, Mercury, and the North Node on 1/19, the reverse of 9/11. It happened that night for a reason, and it is because what happened that night is that the old. So, have you guys been seeing these TikToks? I've been seeing TikToks like crazy. There's people that are having rapture dreams. There are people that are very heavy into Christianity, talking about they're getting all these messages from Jesus and get ready, the rapture. All this bad stuff's coming. They're crying. They're freaking out. 3 days of darkness. All this. I think that was supposed to happen on Wednesday night. I think Wednesday night would have been the soul harvesting that we know of as Noah's Ark, the flood. I think that Wednesday night, the energetic grid of the earth went from 12 to 8. And here's why I think that. So, very quickly to review, all right, we know that we've already talked about how in order for them to do these 12 signs, they had to distort the sphere of an egg, right? It's distorted into the egg, and then what happens is they do a reflection, okay? Because they can't do a full on because they don't have the right geometry. So they use water to reflect the other half.
Yep.
So this is the Anunnaki god, right? Not the creator. So then they create this Merkaba, right? Then they are able to say, oh no, see, the Merkaba fits perfectly inside of a circle. Well, okay, kinda, but here's the thing. All right, so when you have it inside of an egg, okay? What happens is each one of these angles, okay, it makes a equilateral triangle where each of these angles is 60 degrees, all right? If you take that 60-degree angle and you cut it down the middle, right, and you make this a right angle, then this becomes 90 degrees, this becomes 30 degrees, and here's your 60. 369, right? That's where they get 369 from, because that's the energy that we were dealing with up until now. However, what that means is that you end up with an unbalanced Merkaba. Okay, specifically meaning you have one triangle that is 60, 60, 60, right? What I just drew, 60, 60, 60. But then the other one that comes from the bottom is 90. $90, which means if that's 90, then this is 45 and 45. Okay, so you can see that these corners are closer to this than they should be, right? These two are bigger, these two are closer. If you realize that what you're looking at here is the good old Mason symbol. Okay, that's what
The square or the compass, yes.
Front of the compass, 60 degrees, right, and 90 degrees, right? So several times before, guys. I mean, this has happened several times. There was one morning where it was so strong that it was kind of like, why am I seeing it distorted? Because I knew what I was seeing was distorted. I would wake up and I would see this in bright as it could be. I would see an 8-rayed star, all right? And it would be like this. It would be this, right? So that where the intersections are, and then this, and this. So it was an unmistakable 8-rayed star, but I knew that this was too close, right? This right here, that's Eeyore on its side. Life Force, they turned on its side. That's how they turned the blue St. Elmo's fire into green Osiris mortal energy. The green energy of the Aurora Borealis.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what happened. By doing the St. Elmo's fire activation that we're going to talk about next, right? What that does by removing those 3 nails and cutting out the fetters, and then allowing St. Elmo's fire to flood your body while singing and dancing and doing what I'm going to show you to do, it rids your energetic template of 12 and replaces it with 8. The same time and place I did it that night that the earth received it. That next morning, Thursday morning, I took the day off work. I slept until noon. That's not normal for me at all. When I woke up, I saw something clear as day. I saw an 8-rayed star. But for the first time ever, it was exactly how it should be. Octagram. Perfect 8-rayed star. When I saw that, I knew that what I did worked. And then later on that day, I saw videos of poor Mary, and you know, I get excited. I start flooding Mary, and now Opal Star is getting it too. I'm flooding everyone's text. Look at this, look at this, look at this. There was one TikTok after another about how the matrix of the earth had been renewed. And I saw it. And so it worked. And that's what this is all about today, guys, is passing this on to you guys so that you guys pass it on to the next group of people.
One thing I want to add about the number 8, we always talk about the baptism of water, and the top part is fire, water, fire. The Hopi, I believe it's the Hopi, some native group of people, I don't know if they're ancient or not, but there's a prophecy that when we decide to follow the invisible instead of the visible, when we start to follow our hearts instead of our minds, when we follow spirit instead of flesh, we will light the 8th flame. And the 8th flame is the 8th chakra. And it is the 8, basically, let's say the earth has 7 chakras, 7 continents, 7 seas, 7 musical notes, 7 metals, and that number 7 we always talk about. When you bounce to the number 8, it's almost like we left the world of 7 and bounced to a parallel world, which started us at number 1, which is 8, on this new world or new grid or something like that. But they literally call it the 8th flame. And the 8th flame will bring about a new world where we will kind of follow a divine spirit and start living under a divine natural flow instead of this artificial flow, like an artificial world.
So I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is awesome, right? So now I start reading a little bit more about St. Elmo's fire. Well, some of this went into it before the actual night. So remember last week we were talking about the doll on the box, right, and the hangman. So here is what the doll turns around on, right? This box is Gemini turned on its side, right? And then the hangman comes down like this, right? So the hangman is like this. There's his leg. And then the doll on the box stands right here, right? And she has the other foot with just her heel up, right? The feathers run like this, and then there are nails, okay? Rectangle, triangle, triangle. So I start reading about St. Elmo's fire. St. Elmo's fire, what it does is it talks about the fact that there's a lightning rod or a lightning conductor, right? Which is a metal rod mounted on a structure initiated to protect the structure from a lightning strike, like this.
Yes.
It's the music box. I was like, okay, there it is. But there's also something interesting. See this? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. See that? Remember that. Okay, so I'm gonna draw it up here real quick because this is something significant.
Oh, that's awful. I'm gonna try it again.
All right, so that's something significant. So I was like, okay, now this is all starting to connect, right? Not just with what happened this week, but everything we've been talking about, right?
Yes.
So then I'm like, all right, I wonder if there's actually anything with Gemini. So when you start looking about, okay, so check this out. Benjamin Franklin hypothesized that a pointed iron rod, iron. What do we say was iron? The ironwood tree that gets struck by lightning. Iron is the spark that creates or that initiates a process. Iron is how the lightning travels. Okay, so the iron rod is what catches the lightning bolt to bypass St. Elmo's fire. So in Ironwood, Angerboda was the oak tree that always grabbed the lightning to protect her children. Remember? She was the iron rod. So I was like, okay, there's the iron, check. Then I'm looking at history and culture. In ancient Greece, the appearance of a single instance of St. Elmo's fire was called Helene. Ancient Greek. Okay? What does that look like?
Oh.
11. You can't make this up. Helene.
It looks like this. 11.
11. Literally meaning torch. Do you know what rune we said is torch? Kinas. Also looks like this and this.
Which makes...
Mountains and sea.
Which is the...
Right now it's like this. We need to make it like this so that it could contain the water. Right? This is the divine feminine and masculine, Mary, that we've been talking about for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Yeah.
Torch, okay? With two instances referred to as Castor and Polydeuces. Names of the mythological twin brothers of Helen. Okay, another name for Castor and Polydeuces is Castor and Pollux, the Gemini twins. You guys, it connects directly with everything we've been talking about.
Wow.
And now, are you ready for this? Helen. Keep that name Helen in mind, okay? Because there's more. Because of course there is. It never ends. Helen. All right. St. Peter's Lights is also sometimes called St. Helens or St. Hermes. Hermes is another name for Mercury, the fox.
And there was a wasn't it Mount Helens that exploded and with fire, the volcano?
Yep, Mount St. Helens. Yep, in 1981. So now check this out. Oh, go ahead, Mary.
I just wanted to show you before you even came on the live that Spirit was already going to tell you as confirmation that everything that you're saying is true, because here is a volcano on fire with the female, and there's symbols of the phoenix and the fire. Mount St. Helens, the explosion, the fire of the soul.
Yep.
It's all there. Mm-hmm.
Amazing. So then I looked up actually at actual St. Elmo, the man who was St. Elmo, right? Well, there's something really interesting because St. Elmo was tortured and died. I don't know if you can tell about exactly what's going on in this picture, but they are taking out his guts and they are putting it on what's called a windlass. It turns like a mill. Okay? They're taking out his entrails the same way they took out the entrails of Ophiuchus in order to take control of the universe. Ophiuchus was part bull, part serpent. They cut it apart. The bull became their protector. The serpent went on to the end of the goat and became Capricorn, which is controlled by Saturn. The mill work, the turning of the windlass that they pull, they turn it and that's what pulls his entrails out, right? That is the turning of the music box. As the girl turns around, it pulls it up. The entrails represent the center of his body, which is his solar plexus. The solar plexus is your magnetic center. Magnetism is your fire, your divine power, your life force. All right? That's why, did anybody know? I never knew this before. I think I might have mentioned it on a live before. They make the strings of a harp or a lyre, Lyre, with the entrails of a bull. And so the reason I understand now what the lyre is, so the Gemini twins hold the lyre in between them. It literally sits right here, right? You'll see them holding a harp. You'll see these harps. It's called a lyre, Lyre. It stands for the constellation Lyra. That was number 8 on the Cathara grid that they blew up. They took it and put it there because what do you do with the lyre? The lyre has 6 strings, 3 on each side, 3 and 3, right? 6. Those 3 strings are the solfeggio notes. And the reason they made it out of the Ophiuchus entrails is because it allows them to create with sound. Okay, they need 3 notes in order to create with sound using the Fibonacci vortex. F sharp, A sharp, and C sharp. That equals the Fibonacci vortex, 5. All right? Here's what's awesome. Every single time, what's so unique about the human voice, and I don't have a visual for this today, but I'll make a TikTok on it. It doesn't matter what sound we make or what pitch we make or what tone it is. We have multiple different tones in harmonics, every word that we say. This is to recreate that with technology using the lyre or the harp. That's the only way they could do it. We do it just by speaking. It's incredible. So back to this. Got a little off a little bit, but I thought it was important to point that out.
I thought you might like to know that when I did a reading on the Georgia Guidestones about who destroyed it, there was somebody playing a harp. And so I didn't know what it meant. I thought, okay, it's HAARP. There's a group called HARP out there.
Yep.
But they did it through sound, obviously, then.
Yep. And what HARP does is they control the weather. They control surroundings. So basically what HARP, HAARP is the same idea as the lyre. They have to use artificial means of sound because they don't have our divine throat chakra. And so they have to use technology instead. But you guys, we have it. We have it right now. And we can use it whenever we want. And that's what today is about. So couple last things. Okay. So this lightning attractor, okay, which was also called a Franklin rod, because of course he named it after himself, Benjamin Franklin, right? Exploring electricity, the whole key on the kite thing, right? So what he did to make a workable system and to sell these Franklin rods, right, is I'm on the wrong page. So what he made were these little ornamental things. So the lightning rod became a decorative motif. Lightning rods were embellished with ornamental glass balls, now prized by collectors. The ornamental appeal of these glass balls has been used in weather vanes. The main purpose of these balls, however, is to provide evidence of a lightning strike by the shattering of the glass ball. If after a storm, a ball is discovered missing or broken, the property should check the building rod and grounding wire for damage and replace it. You guys, when the lightning hits the iron rod, it cracks the glass ball. This is how we break the egg from the inside. This is how we break the egg from the inside.
And how do we do that? Through song and dance and sound.
Through yep. Thoughts, speaking, and actions. Okay, and then check this out. So then I was looking at stuff came up on Gilgamesh, right? And Ur-Uk. The reason this came up is because this is Ur on my hand right here. You are. So here's Gilgamesh holding his lion, right? And he fought with Enki, also called Ea, right? Mary, you remember the reading you did for me? When it said Ea, I was holding it in my left hand. The cup was pouring out.
Yeah.
Look at Ea. Look at on his head.
The horns. That's your. So yes.
He's got bull horns.
Yeah, I don't understand it. So I do readings for you guys and I'll see gods come forward and all this stuff. And to be honest, I don't know who these people are.
That's why we do this together. So on to the next part. So here's how this works. St. Elmo's fire, all right? St. Elmo's fire literally, guys, is what's incredible about it is most of the songs that we have available to us are distorted, right? They're distorted badly, to the point where it's like you can't really use them for anything because of the seed that they use. They use them on purpose in order to manifest or anchor specific energies or whatever, right? St. Elmo's Fire, or the song Man in Motion by John Parr, okay, John Parr. I posted the lyrics of this song in the notes for class today. It's pinned on my page if you haven't seen it, all right? I couldn't believe it, but after they showed me what they showed me, all right, so first of all, let me talk about what they showed me before we start the lyrics. In the song, I was with all of you, and we were in this, like, it was kind of like, if you ever been to a barn dance, it was kind of like it was like we were inside of an enclosure, but there was no roof, and there was walls, but it was open, right, to the outside. And we were having a great time, and it was almost like I was singing karaoke, and I started singing the song. And at certain points of the song, I saw things happen to me after I did certain movements. And what I watched, and every time I played the song, I watched it over and over and over and over again, and I realized then exactly what was happening. I was doing the right thinking and speaking the right words and doing the right actions in the right order, and it was bringing St. Elmo's fire up into me that was now anchored in the earth. So that's what this is about. It's about burning down your tree of life, which are the 12 zodiac signs, right? Really only 11. We talked about that. That's the tree of life, and replacing it with the octagram, okay, which is the 12 centers of the Cathara grid. So we're going to talk now about, I'm going to go through just the lyrics. I'm just going to read you the lyrics, and I'm going to explain a little bit as we go what the lyrics mean and what I saw during this movie, okay? So it started out with me stomping my right foot right as the first beat started before the first chorus. Stomping the right foot. Remember when the dummy finally saw the doll on the music box? He wound up the key, she started, and then she stopped. What did he do to get her to go again? He kicked her with the right foot. You have to use the right foot because that's the foot that the hanged man has attached to her. So kicking it creates that connection. Stop with the right foot. Growing up, you don't see the writing on the wall. Passing by, moving straight ahead, you knew it all. But maybe sometime if you feel the pain, you'll find you're all alone, everything has changed. Play the game. You know you can't quit until it's won. Bullshit. Soldier on. Only you can do what must be done. You know, in some way, you're a lot like me. You're just a prisoner, and you're trying to break free. Goosebumps. So at the point when he says, you're trying to break free, boom, you stomp your left foot. The left foot is the foot that is like this with the hangman, right? So stopping that reconnects you to the doll in the music box. Before you start this, you turn clockwise 3 times on your left heel. In the Wizard of Oz book, Glinda, before she leaves Dorothy, spins clockwise 3 times on her left heel. They're giving us the answer. And the ruby slippers weren't ruby slippers in the book. They were silver slippers, because that's what the earth color should be that they gave to the moon instead. The red earth energy is the false energy. So, stomp the left foot. You're trying to break free, stomp. I could see a new horizon underneath a blazing sky. I'll be where the eagle's flying higher and higher. Gonna be your man in motion. All I need is these pair of wheels. Take me where my future's lying. St. Elmo's fire. During that first chorus, I watched blue fire move up from my left foot into my left leg. It went all the way down into my right leg, all the way down. So it was like an upside down U, right? When he says, at the end of take me where my future's lying, St. Elmo's fire, he says, ooh, ooh. The U turns upside down. And what happens is all the blue flames from your legs start burning up the nail and the fetters in your root. And it goes poof. And you see it then start to move up like this. But it stops at your heart. So now you've got all this fire underneath here, all the way up to your heart. It was insane. Okay, so then we go on to the next verse. Burning up. Don't know just how far I can go. Soon be home, only just a few miles down the road. I can make it. I know I can. You broke the boy in me, but you won't break the man. At this part in the song, I took both hands, the hammer and the nail. You guys ever see the guys from New Zealand, they do that haka? awesome. You guys have
Yes.
in the song, you broke the boy in me, but you won't break the man. I hit myself on the chest, both sides, with the hammer and the nail. The hammer and the nail strikes together, you make lightning. So here's what happens. I know we just touched on this last week, but so I'll go into it in the Q&A if necessary. So Gar, right? Gar represents our solar plexus. There's a wheel around it, right? It spins clockwise. That's represented by Gar. So this is what it looks like. Okay. The rune, it's called Gar. Basically, Gar is the 33rd rune. So when you put all the runes together, all the forces, it makes Gar, which is basically the x-axis of your aura, right? But the egg aura, not the one we want. So last week, what we came down with is that we only have 1, 2, 3. That's why it's 33. We are missing right here. We are missing this part. Okay, so we're missing the ingwas, right? Remember, this is the seed from the acorn tree that holds divine energy. We're missing it. It can be made by water and land. This is the sea. This is the mountains. Okay, if you take, this is the divine masculine, this is the divine feminine. Right now, the way it is in Gar is like this. And that's why you see it as an X, right? The reason that's bad is because instead of the energy being contained for us to use, it goes out to the 4 sides. That's why when you see the Yggdrasil tree, the tree in Norse mythology, there are stags. Stags represent Saturn that chew the branches and the leaves of the Yggdrasil tree. Here it is right here, 1, 2, 3, 4. How they eat our energy. This goes to this. All right, so this is the missing ingwas. That's right here, right? Okay, so the way that they teach you in Norse mythology, they teach you that ingwas is the container. All right, so ingwas is the container that you have to plant. It's the seed you have to plant and then feed with nourishment. You just plant it in the fall, and then in the springtime when it's ready, on April 19th, that was crazy. That's what threw me. That was threw me the most. But now, in order to get what you need out of it, you need to crack it open. What they teach you in Norse mythology is the breaker of the container is Birkenau. Okay, Birkenau is the birch tree, right? The birch tree is the false tree that is created to suck out everything from us and use it for themselves. It's a tree that doesn't produce any fruit herself. Okay, but if you put a spile into her, you'll get very, very healthy water with all kinds of nutrients, because that's the tree in us that sucks everything out of us so that they can enjoy it for themselves. So they tell you to put this inside of Birkenau, right? And that breaks the container. Well, then you do it like that, and guess what? The tree gets all your stuff, and you don't get any of it. So we're not going to do that, all right? What we're going and special note, Opal Star, take a look. I want you to take a mental note of this. If you turn this on the side, Birkenau, okay? And here you have ingwas. It's the same thing, just turned on the side. You'll see that in that book that you shared me, that John D book, this is the same thing as this.
So John, can I just have to tell you something, because I know I'll forget. You see those 3, I thought they were 3 mountains that you just did with the bee and the thing? That was on Jeff's piece. That man with that on his head had the letter B like that. I said they were three mountains, but that was actually on the man's head in Jeff's piece. I didn't realize it was part of sacred geometry or Norse rune symbols.
And let me tell you why else that's crazy, Mary. Jeff had a dream one night that his mom passed away a couple of years ago. He had a very vivid dream. He was driving in a car, and they came to a long end of a road, and they looked in the sky, and there was a huge symbol in the sky, and it looked like this. Swear on my life.
So that woman that's in his piece is his mother. I knew it was someone who had passed away. I don't know who these people are, but the mother is at 5 o'clock in his piece, basically protecting a piece of his soul that's trapped in some sort of house.
Oh, and so wait, there's more to it. What you just said, you're exactly right. Protecting him, because he pointed to that piece and he says, "Oh, that's where God is. Don't you want to see God?" And she said, "No, not really." And he woke up.
Wow.
Wow times 10. When I tell him this, he's going to lay an egg. Anyway, that's insane.
Yeah.
So, bottom line, we're not using Birkenau. What are we using? We're using our own hammer and nails, because we got them bitches right here. Okay? Hammer. Hammer, what they tell us is, this is hammer. Thorisaz. Well, that's the hammer that Ares uses. So we don't want that bullshit either. Okay? What we want is hands, feet. Put these two together. There is your cup. There, or your sea, your ocean. There is the land or the mountains. Divine feminine, divine masculine. Okay? Those go on our hands. That information is in there, so we'll get to that. We use that to break it up, because, so if this is the hammer, right? This is the other end of the hammer. So you have a hammer that looks like this. Just, a hammer. My God, here comes my art. Okay? Here's the part where you hit. That's Thorisaz, right? Well, what is this part?
Yes, the hand.
Okay? We don't need their hammers. We got our own.
Yeah.
Okay, so by doing this, what you're doing is you're taking the hammer. This one's already missing, right? That's the northern fish of Pisces that would need to get replaced. And what you're doing with the hammer and the nail is you're cracking this, and you're cracking this. Okay? So you're breaking those two out, making room for the new. But you won't break the man. Boom. See a new horizon underneath the blazing sky. I'll be where the eagle's flying higher and higher. Gonna be a man in motion. All I need's these pair of wheels. What is he talking about? All I need is these pair of wheels. What wheels? Remember the flying machine last week? The flying machine that looked like this? The wheel that turned up here. There's a wheel that turned here and a wheel that turned here. The wheels are actual wheels that come around. They're like bracelets that float and they spin real fast. That's the circle with the triangle in it that I saw on my wrist that lights up in light in my dreams when I fly.
Yes.
That's how we fly, guys. This spins one way, this spins the other way, this spins counterclockwise, and it causes a lift. We actually saw that in real life in this device. The same thing happens with our bodies. Gonna be your man in motion. All I need these pair of wheels. Taking over my futures lie in St. Elmo's fire. I could climb the highest mountain. I could cross the wildest sea. Mountain and the sea is the top and the bottom of Ingwas. I could climb the highest mountain. I could cross the wildest sea. I could feel St. Elmo's fire burning in me, burning in me. Then it comes to the bridge, okay? And this is the most exciting part. After there's an instrumental. He says, just once in his life, a man has his time. Now, I'm going to pause there to tell you another quick story. When I was 3 years old, I woke up, and I know people are like, how does he remember this? I swear to you, I remember this, and I've talked about it since then. So my mom was like, no, yeah, that you remember exactly how it is. I woke up in the middle of the night, and there was something in my room. It was standing by the dresser, which was probably 4 or 5 feet away from me. Okay, I was a little guy. I think I got done, like doing diapers, or I might have still even been in diapers. I don't know. There was a man standing there, but he had the head of a bull. His head was it was a bull man, horns, huge, the whole thing, and he was holding a cup. I told my mom the next day it looked like he was drinking coffee. I was that little, so that's what I probably thought. It was a chalice. And I sat up. He just stood there and looked at me. And I said, what are you? And he told me, I'm a man. That was it. Blacked out. Don't remember anything else. Mary, when Mary did my very, very first reading that I ever did with Mary, what name did you tell me I was? You said you are the God blank. What?
Who? H-U, the God of written word.
And then I run across TikToks of a guy saying there are different kinds of people. One is called a Hugh man, and the Hugh man is part animal god. So,
and I didn't know anything about that God. Never even heard of him.
No. Okay, when you get into Babylonian star lore, okay, the bull man or the bison man is somebody that they said was a demon of the earth. We talked about the original earth gods not being human forms at all, like Ophiuchus. Okay, the bull man then, after they killed him and did whatever to him and distorted him some way, mysteriously became the protector of the sun god, like protected the most important gods, right? So they had no trouble turning that demon into protecting them, which is why I call bullshit, right? The other interesting thing is that St. Elmo's fire is seen regularly in bulls, and what happens is they see it in bulls and the tips of their horns light up, and it's because of the differential of how the horns go together. That's why I said the bull horns are the new 11. Okay? Because what happens then at this part in the movie is, and when he says just once in his life, a man has his time. When they say that in the song, I saw myself in the movie playing out. When he says a man has his time, here's my head. That's better than my wolf, Mary, right? Just once in his life, a man has his time. Bubba, Diddy's doing something right now. Jeff, can you call Baxter? I saw this happen. Man is the rune Manas. Manas is the rune for the god Heimdall. Heimdall is always seen, and you can Google this at any time, guys. If you Google Heimdall, Heimdall, you'll see that Heimdall has a specific helmet, and the helmet is bull horns. This rune is called Manas, man, the rune of man. It's got horns. I think the word man is cattle or livestock. And Hu or Hu is the god, is the higher intelligence part, not even higher intelligence. These earth gods were peaceful. They weren't the bad guys. They made us afraid of the bad guys this whole time. So a man has his time. The horns come up and they're made out of like light, real. And then when it comes up, it lights up. The next part of the song, my time is now. N-O-W. What my dragon told you, Mary.
Oh my gosh.
And when I saw it, when it says, he says, and my time is now. And I see the word now exactly how you showed it in as an 11. Now, I saw it just like that.
Yes, just like that.
Heimdall also rides a dragon. My dragon's name is Zoe. You turn this 90 degrees, you get Z-O-E.
Yep, the Zoe.
So my time is now. It comes up like this, and then when those horns come up, okay, there's something else that happens. There is this. It's like a ball of light. It's this bright light. It's blue, not green. It's blue, and it's like a sun in between these horns, right? And we see that all the time. The moon and the sun, right? The moon cradling the sun.
Yeah.
And then the part I say and then after that in the song it says I'm coming alive. So now here's where it gets a little bit intricate. There is a point in time, my time is now. I'm coming alive. I start with my hands like this, just like the music doll starts before she starts singing. Okay. What was interesting is that when I started looking into the planets and how they correlated with this, I saw right away that the way that the doll stood was significant. And let me show you why. One of the forgotten planets, now I have this in the notes, guys. This is Haumea. See the symbol? That's the doll on the music box. It's also Angerboda, the iron, all right, the one that gets the lightning struck by her for her children. Right away, that told me that's the position I need to stand in order to have the lightning strike. All right, but check this out. Haumea, right? She possessed a magic stick from the Malaki tree that would enable her to conjure up fish. The northern fish of Pisces. So, hang in there with me. Grabbing this up here, okay, you can actually grab, remember this is a hammer. There is, I didn't talk about the 8 of Pentacles yet, but I was given, we won't get into that. Someone else, another one of my mentors, his name is Austin. He's the guy on Fly Grounded. The readings with him are insane. He does runes, all right? He told me specifically, your spirit team wants you to know your card is the 8 of Pentacles. You have worked your ass off, and now it's time to hone in on your abilities. You have everything you need. Now just put it into use and practice. That's what the 8 of Pentacles basically says. On one card, it shows the guy making the 8th pentacle. He's got a hammer on one side and a nail on the other side, and he's making these pentacles. Okay? But I look at different tarot cards, and I'm all about the symbols, right? In one of the symbols, he has the nail in his hand, but in this hand, it looks almost like a string or something coming from the sun. It's the lightning. Okay, the lightning, and Mary had that piece where the lightning was coming out of the hand. This is the lightning. The hammer is the lightning.
It's the lightning out of the hand. And it looks like a vesica piscis on the hand. It looks like an eye on the hand.
That's how it was before.
Which is the most ancient symbol, because look at this ancient hand with the eye on it. The six-fingered beings came from the moon. They were androgynous. They were both male and female. They had 6 fingers. How many fingers do you see here? 6.
We're supposed to have 6 fingers and 6 toes.
Yes, we are.
So you grab the lightning from the sun, right? Grab it with your right hand, and down here, what am I grabbing with my left hand? I am grabbing. Now we just said that now we have, all we have left is this bottom, right? We crack. Right? This one is gone. This one is missing. This one we cracked. This one we cracked. This one's down here. This one down here, guys, that ingwas, right? There's 4 ingwas in Gar. That ingwas is the heart of stone. The heart of stone is what, hang on, I gotta let my little guy out. You gotta go outside, Bubbles. You gotta go potties. The heart of stone is in the center of the tree, right? What the heart of stone is the sword in the stone. The flaming blue sword of Archangel Michael is what they call it. That's the flaming blue sword that goes down the tree of life, goes through everything. As long as that sword is in the heart of stone, then their energy is anchored into us. That's why it's time to pull the sword from the stone. This hand, okay? This one, right hand comes up here. Grab the lightning, strike the tree down the middle, grab this hand on the sword from the stone, and you switch. Okay? Then this down here, the lightning, now you have, that's going to crack this open, and this up here, Ku, Ku, also stands for fish. The
minute you put your hand up, I had tingles coming out of my hands.
That's because it's resonating with you. Then what happens is you grab the northern fish with this, and on the next beat, up and down, boom. When this happens, your whole system resets. In this next part of the song, also after that second part, your hands start glowing with red smoke, and my hands were glowing with red smoke, like a ton, and my eyes turned into like blue lights from St. Elmo's fire, because it was up to my heart now. The last one that they have to do is knock out that heart of stone, that last ingwas of Gar, and by doing that, it's your third eye. So by doing this, it hits Gar, but this one up here goes up and breaks this apart. Now I've got the horns, I've got the sun up here, right? The burning fire, it almost looks like a crown, right? It's your crown chakra. But now, the next part, it's all in your body. You have blue flames and purple flames everywhere. Have fun with this part, okay? The next part. I see myself, I'm looking around like this when I'm singing these next words. It's like I could see something that's there that wasn't there before. Here's the lyrics. I can hear the music playing. Righto. I can see the banners fly. Wunyo. Feel like your man again and hope riding high. Gonna be your man in motion. All I need are these pair of wheels. I put my hands up like this. The wheels appear. I hold it out like this. Take me where my future's lying. And I look up St. Elmo's fire and I start flying.
Wow.
I can see a new horizon underneath the blazing sky. I'll be where the eagle's flying higher and higher. I start shooting out this blue flame to all of you that's there, and it activates it immediately. boom, 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 boom. It's the picture that I shared with you guys earlier, the match that's lighting all the other matches. And I get to watch it all activate for the rest of the
That is so incredible.
So, let's get to the step-by-step, shall we? Mary, here's something I want to tell you, because this was awesome, and I got to get the piece I left it over here. So Mary did a piece for Jeff not long ago, and I think it was last summer sometime. I was trying to learn how to do some of this scrying, and I got some stuff, but you know, my wolves aren't good as Mary's. So something really interesting in Jeff's piece. Okay, Jeff's piece. Specifically right here. This is the rune called Wunyo, okay? It means joy. And Mary, you mentioned multiple times this. You said this is a crucible. Mm-hmm. And I thought, huh. Then I saw it. My spirit team showed it to me when I was writing the music, listening to the song. I would see this, Mary, come out of the top of my head, like it would come out like this, and it was like a flag waving. And what they say is that when you're completely aligned and with, you know, and balanced all parts of yourself, you feel joyous, right? And so that flag comes up. And I had that in several of my scrying pieces. You called it a crucible, right? Yeah. Here's why that is such a big deal. Why that's a big deal is because just like the wolf, being the wolf, not scared, was the key to get into the tree so you can have access to the heart of stone, right? In the song, after you do that last activation, he says, I can hear the music playing, I can see the banners fly.
And it looks like a flag.
The banners that are flying.
See this symbol that's the X with the lines? This has a crucible on the top. It's called the head of the sun, which is Christ consciousness here.
Yeah. So what that means is that seeing the banners fly is that once St. Elmo's fire is in you all the way, you can see when someone is fully joyous, you can see the banners flying. And that banner flying acts like a crucible, a cup that catches the fish. The crucible is the Holy Grail.
That's what we see that all the time. That especially on the above people's heads.
Yes, that's why they say the Holy Grail's in your head. It literally is your crown chakra. Your crown chakra is the Holy Grail. It's a crucible that when the water from Aquarius comes back down, it catches it in the cup and catches that last fish of Pisces. Remember, the Pisces fish that we have right now is the Alpha and the Omega, right? Jesus is the Alpha and the Omega. This is also the rune called Othala, right?
Yeah.
It's that in different form. We know that the northern fish, right, the one that we want back, that's stuck in Aries and Mars, right, looks like this, right? That's why Mary, my dragon, had the teardrop. The teardrop is this. You extend the fish legs. Look at this. Kinas, water. Guess what? You take that and you put a light on it, you get Wunyo, the crucible. You turn your crown chakra into a crucible, into the Holy Grail. That's how you get your northern fish back, by feeling joy. By feeling joy, knowing that this song and doing these things in this order brings it back.
Joy is your strength.
Yes. So and the reason it brings you joy is because you know all these things. We've spent weeks doing this, guys. This is how you do it.
On the alchemical table of symbols, it was on top of the Tin Man's head in the Wizard of Oz. And when the steam comes out of the crucible, you burn away all that is false, so that all that is left is nothing. And if nothing is all you feel, then you can live in the moment in joy.
Yep. So then, let's take a look at this real quick. So I said before, right, that this is what we're starting out with. So first what we did, we cracked this one. We cracked this one. We cracked this one, right? When we cracked all that, all that's left now is this. And guess what happens to that? We burn that bitch up with St. Elmo's fire. Bye. And what do we pull down with? We pull down and pull up, hit our hands. We put in the new Ingwas, across the mountains, wild the seas, mountains.
Thank you, guys.
This is our new heart, the right kind of heart, and it is filled with the water, and inside of it is our fish of Pisces, in addition to the one we already had. And then this is the x-axis. Does anybody know what that symbol is? That's the symbol for a seraphim, the fiery one.
Oh, the seraphim angels.
Seraphim angels. The 4 books of the Bible is Matthew, Luke, Mark, and John. John represents Scorpio. Okay, Scorpio is turned into an eagle because they, them and their bullshit, right? But John means the fiery one. The fiery.
Wow, St. Elmo's fire, and your name is John.
Yeah.
Wait, show it. Let's see. I want to see how it looks. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, so the upside down here, that was on your dragon.
Yep.
Then like this, and then like this, and then well, yes. I mean, this is the Vesica Piscis. That's the flower of life.
So yes, it is the Vesica Pisces. That's exactly right. But this is how it was originally. This was the original form of it. They took all of these geometries. They took existing geometries that were already part of the system, and they were able to manipulate it, right? And so it is. Everything that they did was part of a system. So anyway, bottom line is what this means is that St. Elmo's fire now is burning inside of you, and what that means then, okay, is that you can think of it now as once you do this, you have a new energetic template that is an octagram, right? It's an exact right way that how it was supposed to be. We've said it shouldn't be 12 zodiac signs, it should be 8, right? Now you have that. What you need to do then is you connect it to the earth. You feed the earth and activate the earth with the one you have. We're all here to raise the frequency of earth, right? That's what this is all about. All of our stars, seeds, and light workers. We are raising the vibrations of earth with our own frequency. We have to do the same thing now that we have been able to get this grid connected. So the earth's grid is connected. Now we got to do it in us, and then we have to energize it by just being us. And enjoy all this stuff, okay? So what I did, guys, is I have in the instructions, all this is printed out in the notes, okay? You start out, your left hand starts out as Ur. That is the nail or the thunder or the bull, okay? Your right hand starts out as Ku, Ku. That is the hammer, lightning, and the fish, all right? Your left foot starts out as Ka, which is the scorpion, the cup, or the serpent. Your right foot starts out as R, which is the arrow, the wand, or the eagle, all right? What you need to do then is, this is how you start out. So you're going to start out by drawing each one of these, or by, like, just in your mind, activating these on your left hand, your right foot, and your left foot, okay? So all I did was I visualized it, and I said the name 3 times, Ur, 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 on my left hand, and then I clapped my hand together. And then I would do Ku, 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 clap my right hand together on my left hand. Each one, right? And then the day that you do this, you draw them the right way. So your left hand starts out as Ur, and it should be Ku, all right? The reason you know that is because, see the way my finger points? This goes straight up into my middle finger and then out of my left finger. Same thing with my right hand, right? That one, that should be Ka, right? Ka starts out on your left foot. It ends up on your right hand because it follows the natural form of your body. Your feet, right? Down like this and then up your leg.
John, I got to tell you something.
Yeah.
I just did a reading for Brandy, who had the god Yam. That's the god of sea and chaos, the primal brain of God, the fire of consciousness, the sea of consciousness, which is fire, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So the god Yam is connected to fire and the sea. Well, anyway,
Yep.
when you look at the engraving of this god Yam in ancient, you could see his arm is up in a certain angle that looks like the letter Y. Then his foot, if you turn him upside down, makes an upside down Y. If you turn him yet again, what you're talking about, this god Yam, is literally showing, and it's spelled Yamm. For you guys who want to go look it up, the prime. Anyway, it's not a god; it's a place. And this description of this god, actually, I can't believe you came up with this. I can't believe I just saw this. And I just did the reading today where I was like, hey, there's a letter Y right side up. I said, but if you turn them upside down, there's a letter Y. If you turn them on the right side, there's a letter Y. And if you yet again turn them on the fourth side, there's another letter Y. And I had no idea what it meant.
Yep.
Today.
So you see, so this is so real. So see, if you take two of these and you put them together, that's what makes the 90-degree angle, right? This is St. Elmo's fire. Your feet standing on the ground, and then your one arm up over your head, the other arm's down here pulling out the sword and the stone. So now let's talk about the sword and the stone for a second, because we didn't get to that. So I'm talking about a bull with horns. I'm talking, right? So how does this all connect, John, with sword and the stone? All right. Good question. So the sword and the stone. So here, this is about King Arthur, right? King Arthur is who put the sword in the stone. All right. So it says in here that King Arthur used to fight, he was a peerless warrior who functioned as the monster hunting protector from all internal and external threats. Monster hunter. Keep that in mind. Some of them are human threats, but the majority are supernatural, including giant cat monsters, destructive divine boars. Remember the My Fear videos about 3 little pigs being the bad guys because they had the moon boar tusks?
Yes.
Dragons, dog heads, giants, and witches. Okay, who do we know that fights monsters? So then I go on. Okay, here's something else, Mary. You know, Jeff's the table.
Yeah.
So here we have the
That's it.
Knights of the Round Table vision of the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is our crown chakra that opens up and catches the fish when we feel joy, wunyo.
Show me Jeff's piece again. Let me see who's on the table. All right, it's a female. So I don't know if you guys know this, but her body looks like the Holy Grail upside down. That's the body of Newt. She is the Holy Grail.
Yep. So then when you look over into the Babylonian, right? This is a seed syllable. This is a symbol for something called Tur, T-U-R. Now there's our Ur, right? Where they put a T in front of it, means animal stall, dome of heavens, halo of the moon. The halo of the moon is what they call our crown chakra, bastards. But also it means a lightning rod on top of the dome, sword in the stone, remove to inactivate the moon. Look at this, Mary. See this? See that?
Yes.
You have
that's
that,
it.
You have that above the bull's head. The anchor is an upside down Aries. That's the northern fish. That is what the lightning bolt from your hand hits the dome of the heavens, hits the iron rod, comes down, cracks it open, cracks the egg open, and drops the fish into the Holy Grail chalice crucible that is your crown chakra from the horns.
Oh my God.
So wait a minute. Then this is awesome. Wait, listen to this. So I'm like, okay, but still, Sword in the Stone. Okay, now I get it. I get the whole Sword in the Stone thing, but where's the connection with the bullhorns? I still don't get it. Well, let me show you. Hold please while I type this in.
You know, it's funny how when lightning hits bullhorns, they turn blue.
That's what St. Elmo's fire is.
Yeah.
The tips glow blue. Okay, so you guys want to see why the bull... You can't make this shit up. I can't know it. So, remember what I said? A monster hunter, right? Well, there's another monster hunter that is a little bit more, hip these days. And there's a movie about it. It's somebody that is a monster hunter that ends up growing bull horns and has a flaming hat when he pulls the sword out of the stone. His name is Hellboy.
Oh, yeah.
There's the horns. There's the sun that you pull the lightning down from. There's him pulling the sword out of the stone. What was that name of the two Gemini twins, the sister? Remember I said, remember what her name was? Helena.
Helena.
That's how they got the name Hellboy from Arthur.
Oh, my word. That's all in Jeff's piece, all of it.
All of it. All of it. But it's also what I saw, the reason I saw the bullhorns and the bull man in my room when I was 3. It was all leading to this. It was all leading to this one night. When you look, and so still, what's the deal with the bull? Okay, I get the horns and everything, but really, what's the bull, right? Here's what the deal with the bull is, guys. When you look at, I'm sorry, I'm getting seasick, I know. When you look at the Akkadian or Sumerian calendar, right? What happened when? All right. So the first month of the year happened, as you could see, in spring, in April. All right. And month 1 in April is called Throne of the Sanctuary. Okay. It's the way you pronounce in Sumerian is Iti Bar Za Gar. Okay. There's your Gar. All right. Look at Bar. Look at this. You can't make this shit up. It's an Ingwaz turned on the side.
Yes.
Now, wait, there's more. Wait, watch this shit. Hang on, let me put this in here so you guys don't get sick. It says Bar, B-A-R, and I'm going to draw it. Okay? Gar, right, which is what we have around us right now, is this, right? Well, if you connect the X's how they're supposed to be, there's your bar. This is the X around the Gar. Okay? Mary, do you remember on Jeff's piece, you showed there were 3 triangles?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. And then you showed the 4th one showed up, right?
Yeah.
The triangle that showed up was the last Ingwaz. Okay? Jeff is an Aries. Aries carries the northern fish of Pisces.
Oh, wow. Wow.
You guys, do you, like, okay, yeah, connecting the dots, okay, yeah, whatever, that's fine. Mary sees this shit out of thin air. I can't even. Mary, the 3 triangles, 1, 2, 3, right? This one's missing, which means this one's missing. Then the 4th one shows up. Jeff is an Aries. He has in him the northern fish of Pisces. Dude, you saw it. You saw it.
Yeah.
I can't even.
Can I see his piece again? I just want to look at something.
It's over on the couch. Hang on one second. I got one more
Okay.
thing to say.
Yeah.
So, In the notes, guys, one of the very first pages it does is I listed all of the runes and I put a bunch of the different seed syllables. Okay, it's important because the reason I put that there, it's a lot of details I know, but it's how I figured this out. All right, so if you're interested in how I figured this out, and I encourage everybody to really look into this, question how I figured this out. That's the important part of connecting the dots because that's what helps anchor the belief. Okay, this is not about just believing what someone says. It's about asking questions on your own to come to the same conclusion or a different conclusion. Bar is another name for the rune Birkenau, the breaker of this.
Oh, wow.
It all fits. It all fits. Okay, so now back to this. Okay, so the bar sign, so the first month of the year is heralded by the spring equinox. It is in many respects the most important month of the year as its rites concern the reinstatement of the city god and the empowerment of his servant, the king, as well as being especially sacred to the moon god. Okay, we just destroyed the crown of the moon and replaced it with the sun, right, how it's supposed to be. The moon god, which was sacred to Anu, the head Anunnaki, the ancient god of heaven and patron of kings, and his son Enlil, who is the chief god of the Babylonian pantheon. In this first month, the first Akitu festival of the year was celebrated. The festival enacted the triumphal return of the city's patron god to preside over the land for the coming year. To this end, the statues of the gods were temporarily removed from their temples and transported to the Akitu house outside the city walls, and then a few days later they returned and were reinstalled to the jubilation of the population. According to Menologies, the king is installed with authority the month Nana Sin, the moon god, the firstborn son of Enlil. Okay, then it goes into Gu, the horned oxen march forth. So here's what happens, guys. The reason there is the bull horns is because everyone knows what the sign of Aquarius looks like, right? It's two squiggled lines, right? The way that those squiggled lines happen is because the bull puts his head down and pushes it in the dirt, and it leaves two troughs that get filled with water. That's what the sign of Aquarius is.
Yes.
The sign of Aquarius is the bull. So check this out. This guy, here, you wait till you see this. Can you see this? Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Okay. This goddess is a combination of like a Freya, right, was in Jeff's piece, right?
Yeah.
That part of the twin, and the bulls, or the bull man, which was in my piece, but also Jeff's. The reason it was in his also is because when this goddess combines both of these powers together, guess what this goddess's name is?
What?
Jeff John.
No way. No way.
Jeff John.
What is going on?
I don't know what else you want from me.
Right?
So in other words, these bulls, you see the horns?
Yeah.
They put their horns down in the dirt and they create the troughs that hold the water. That water, that's the same thing as our Holy Grail holding the water that comes down from Aquarius. That's Earth's from Aquarius. In order for Earth to get the water from Aquarius, the bull has to put his horns and make the trough. That's why there's bull horns involved in this. It's just the symbology. And they used it on purpose because horns, the devil, as scary as horns. It's not.
Right, Maleficent. It's the story of we are like they cut our wings.
Yep.
And the inner child was cursed, and we had to forgive and release and let go back and release the curse basically, and get our wings back.
Now, Mary, there you had I have so many, like so many, I don't even know where to start. I printed out so many of your pieces because you have so many insane connections that you have made in these past few readings that I can't even. Of something of importance. So this has nothing to do with right now, but well, it does, because Mary found this place in between the Gemini observatories out in the middle of the ocean. We don't know what it was, but there's this mysterious place, and it has these weird symbols. See how those are? I looked at one of the tarot cards, Justice, right? This is why Libra is like that, okay? The other part of it, remember I said there's another one underneath here? That's the Holy Grail that they took and put over the top so the water pours out and over instead of us catching it in our crown. That's why it's upside down. But see this?
Yeah. And the two circles. Yes.
Yep. I have so much printed up here, Mary, that we'll talk about it again, because we can go for another 5 hours, I'm sure. But let me show you. Here's Jeff's piece again.
So show me the right side of the page. Okay, that is on the right hand corner of the page. It has the letter M above her head, like M-A-M-A. That's his mom. And above her head goes up, 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 and makes a particular piece. See, she's holding his head. She's holding
the mask.
Yeah, she is. That's his mom. I just wanted you to tell him that. That's his mom.
I absolutely will.
Okay.
That's his mom.
Yep.
Okay. She's got one of those Armenia hats on.
Yep, the pointy hat. I've there was the unicorn was the one horn, and then the two horns, there was a battle between the one horn and the two horns. And so when you have the pointy hat, it has a myriad of meanings, but it could possibly mean one horn for whatever reason. Unicorn.
Okay. Well, it's interesting too, because here's a Tiwaz down here. That means doing things the right way, the honorable way. Here, there's a Kinaz right here. That could be either divine feminine or divine masculine. And then dragonflies, we have crazy in our backyard with the pond. So there's a lot going on there. So anyhow, so guys, so this is where we're gonna go from here, right? This all sounds very exciting. When do we do this, John and Mary? Right? Because this is to a song, and because there are certain parts, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a special video of me doing exactly what needs to be done. The singing part, the dancing part, I'm not really going to sing, don't worry. I don't want anyone's ears to bleed. I'm just going to be lipping to the words, but you'll get the idea. You have to move around the whole time. You don't have to dance fancy or anything. Just feel the music and keep your body moving to the music by keeping beat. Just pay attention to when you have to stop each feet and use each hand. In the video, I'm going to show you exactly what to do and when to do it, so you can watch it over and over again, so then you can do it yourself. Now, having said that, Mary did something similar the night of the eclipse, but it looked very, very different, okay? This is what's so awesome about this, you guys. Pulling the sword from the stone is the same thing as shooting the arrow to the top of the tree for lightning, okay? I want everyone to use your imagination and go with what you feel, all right? This is where it's so important to connect with the song and feel the emotion of the song so that you ride the music. Riding the music is about connecting to your spirit team. You know you're connected to your spirit team when you feel emotion. So what I'm going to provide in this video is just going to be one way to do it, okay? You guys know what everything means now. You guys have all of these symbols on that are written out for you, all right? I'm going to put additional things up after this, and then I will, I can't post this as a TikTok because it's going to be the song front to end. I'm going to actually show, I'm going to use special effects to show the blue moving up my leg, and the lightning and everything. It's going to be awesome, but so I can't post it to TikTok. Mary and I are going to have to send this to each and every one of you individually, okay? And that's fine, but it's going to take me a couple days at least to make it, because I want it to be right. I want it to be good. So in the meantime, go back over this information, familiarize yourself with it, and right now, Mary, unless you have anything else that you want to add or talk about, we can move into the Q&A.
Okay, I just wanted to let everybody know that John danced for a living. So part of this awakening, we can look back at our past and see how our past made where we are today. So John, I, I was going to ask you, hey John, can you just do the dance and spell it out for us with the, with everything? And so I'm so glad you're going to do that because first of all, you are a dancer, and this makes total sense. Um, and visualization is so paramount when you're dancing because John visualizes fire and maybe standing on stage or dancing with all of you here so that when you visualize all of us doing it together is the thing. You're here. See, when you were talking, John, I created this piece. I don't know what it means, but there's a cross. And in the first one, this is the how we envision creates a tear, and then what we speak and how we say it creates a tear. And then there's male and female. There's a hawk or something up there. But anyway, everything as far as your solar plexus, your feet, your hands, your visualizations, your mouth, everything creates some kind of strange invisible battery.
So, Mary, this is amazing because I want you cover up the left side of the page. Okay, now see where it's coming from my mouth down to where it touches my foot. It's the symbol of St. Elmo's fire.
Oh, it is. It is. All right.
That's awesome. And so, guys, and this is the other thing. I will make notes. So I drew St. Elmo's fire on both wrists, okay, as well as both heels, okay, just on this side. I wrote the right seed syllable on each hand and foot. I did draw it also, St. Elmo's fire, the same circle over my heart chakra. And then I also put it on the back side of my sacral chakra. Okay, that I just visualize that as helping pulling it up to the right place, right? That the St. Elmo's fire energy will be attracted to this symbol, right? And then so I didn't have to draw it on my forehead. I drew it just with I drew it with my finger and then visualized it as being there and anchored it.
So we're going to open the platform for any of you who have questions for either me or John. You do not have to show your face if you don't want to. You can if you want to, but if you would like to be added as guest, say me. Just put the word me, M-E.
And guys, honestly, you know what? I think we talked about this before. I do my best to answer questions on my TikToks and stuff like that and emails, but this is really the opportunity to come on and ask questions because we can go back and forth. Some of the stuff it gets pretty detailed, so please don't be shy. Hi, warrior.
Please call me Bobby Rock's brother with three X's.
What's up, homie? What's going on?
Ooh, man, look at that sexy dog, man, riding the bull of love. Oh, boy.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. What's your question?
Well, actually, I just want to do some show and tell, brother, because last Saturday was like the fourth lightning bolt of the rune magician that shot up my spine, produced milk and honey, and I've been sucking on milk and honey all week to the point where I created this in my living room. But first thing I want to show you is I want you to look at my tattoo that I got in Nashville, Tennessee. I didn't even know why I even put those symbols on my left receiving hand.
Wow.
Okay, that's incredible because I need to share something with you. So remember how earlier we were talking about how Rido, right? Rido was, oh damn it, I don't know where. Let me see if I can find it. Rido was a combination of the rune Isa, which is ice, and Soilo, which is the sun, right? Well, because the sun's energy is distorted, and I don't have it, so I'll have to show you another time.
That's okay. Just talk about it.
Yeah, I like to always show people that I already wrote it out ahead of time because it helps the believable factor, you know. But
I already believe so.
I wrote out what it should look like according to these concepts, these seed syllables, and what it should look like is the tattoo you got. That's the real Rido. I shit you not.
Wow.
Wait, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Warrior is so mind blown that
Wait,
he
Bobby,
doesn't realize he's muted.
Bobby, we can't hear you, buddy. You're muted.
Sorry, I forgot. I tried to be respectful. Okay, so I got awakened with a lightning bolt of spirit, told not to have any fear, have no fear, as I'm looking at a 300-foot black tidal wave standing on the shore by myself. And so blind faith, I said, bring it on. Next thing I know, the sun is shining bright, brighter than I've ever seen. There was no tidal wave. It was like an oil slick of blue and black, and the water was crystal flat. No waves, man, like that. In other words, I survived a black tidal wave that was, with fear, would have been imminent death. But my faith in the Lord said, all right, I'm going to believe you, Lord. Stand. As I have electricity that I've never felt, never been duplicated, I'm on the table in heavy meditation. My back is arched. My hands and thumb are digging into the cushion of that. And again, my Reiki master says, I have a message from the other side. Do you want it? And I said, yes. And she says, have no fear. I'm not kidding you. And by the way, I was woke up. My birthday is January 10th, 1970, but I was born at 11:38 p.m. According to Mayan, I'm a 1/11/1970. Okay, that is the day on my 51st real birthday. I went to my Reiki appointment. My third Reiki appointment, that's when everything happened. I walked away from 23 years as a pharmaceutical rep selling cancer drugs, making 300 and change a year. And I had to follow the Lord blindly. About a month later, maybe 5-6 weeks later, Spirit pushed me out the door. Single dad, 3 boys. They were a little older. I ended up going to Nashville, Tennessee. I didn't even know where I was going. All I knew I was going south. I get to Nashville, Tennessee, and about 3 weeks later, I met Jesus downtown Nashville. He put it on. I got love imprinted on my fingers and lightning bolts on my 4 fingers. Those faded, and then about 6 months later, I woke up with that tattoo. You see that?
Yep.
I did not, brother, put that tattoo on me. Not in this reality.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Well, now you know why the lightning bolts are there, and so all you gotta do is use them. And it sounds like you already have been using them. That's awesome.
Look, lightning bolts. You see that to my right forearm?
Yep. That's awesome.
Oh no, man! This is show and tell. Okay, this is my soul. Everything on here is all written from my soul. I shit you not.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I know, right? Okay, so you see my left pec?
Yep.
Wow.
Merkaba. Yep.
And I knew it had to go here. Here is my eagle. So I'm a Benson bunny. The bunny is my high school mascot, the only high school in the country, in Omaha, in the middle of the country. Class president in 1988. Then I got a chemistry degree and teaching certificate. And guess what? I ended up with an eagle tattoo. My 3 sons, Colton, Chandler, and Christopher, all C's. My last name is Carlson. So that is the chain that binds us. I am the eagle with the blue eye, wings spread, talons clutching the chain. I had 2 stepdaughters, Sid and Sarah, which is the SS. So I have 3 CCs, 3 plus 3 is 6. I created the 666, and I got an 11 also on my chain.
That is amazing. So I need to share this with you. I'm going to put this phone down real quick.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to go on mute.
No, you're good. You're good. So I just wanted to share something real quick. So remember earlier I was talking about the 8 of Pentacles, right, guys? So this is pertaining to the chains that Bobby just shared. So check this out.
Sorry for getting half naked, but that's the only way I can show you my
No, man,
tattoo.
hey, it's all good. So
Well, I'm a dancer too. I like it. I went from 210 to 166 pounds of badass, sexy 53-year-old warrior. So I like it half naked.
love it. That's awesome. So here, this is the Eight of Pentacles. Okay, so you can see this guy is sitting. He's got a hammer and a nail, right? He's making the eighth pentacle.
Yep.
He's also sitting on a horse, right? Horse is our etheric twin, and he is sitting straddled with one leg on either side. Remember Hungry Like the Wolf, what we talked about?
Oh, yes.
He's sitting with his legs. What is the lyrics? I forget, but anyway.
I just know the chorus, but yeah, that was 2 weeks ago. You were talking about Hungry Like the Wolf when I was on.
So one foot is fire and 1 foot is ice. Oh, straddle the line in discord, fire, and rhyme, ice. So, but this is what's interesting. See that part? I can't get any closer because it'll get blurry.
That's fine.
There's a little squiggle on the back, and it's in white. So I was like, okay, that's intentional. What is that? So I took a look at another card. Okay, this is another Eight of Pentacles card in a different deck.
Okay.
This guy, you can't see it as well, but he's got the same thing on his back. He's got two little squiggles right here. It's the Aquarius sign. And what he has is the sun that in between the bullhorns right here. It matches those squiggles. That's why I tell you to write St. Elmo's Fire on the back of your sacral. See these white chains? Those are the kinas. The CCC you have on you makes the chain that connects you with the central sun, so that you have connection with your environment. You have psychic powers and use all your spiritual abilities.
Yeah, I melt into my environment. I can close my eyes and within 10 seconds, I can dissolve my spiritual body and melt into everything around me, and I'm grounded in Mother Earth. That's how I connect.
That's amazing.
No lie.
You have whoever your spirit team is, they know what they're talking about, because the symbology that you got matches exactly. Remember, Eight of Pentacles. What this means is basically you have everything that you need, and all you got to do now is start learning how to use it. Amazing.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. That's why these are such an incredible. So I told people that I was eventually going to quit talking to humans. I got pretty much sick of all humans at one time, to the point where I sold my 71 GTO clone for $1 to my mechanic. Cause I'm like, just take it, man. He's like, no. I'm like, yes. To Dave Laparco, sold $1. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's nor here nor there. I'm healed now. But so eventually I said, okay, I'm done speaking to humans at some point in time. I mean, we're going to be talking through our telepathy at one point in time. We won't have to speak, but so I'm just going to tell people, they'll be like, Bobby, who are you? I'm going to be like,
Spirit. Yep.
Well, Bobby, why are you here? Do you see what that says?
Salvation. Yeah. Awesome.
I don't even have to speak anymore. That's all you need to know. Have a nice day.
That's awesome, man. Hilarious. Thanks for sharing, Bobby. Hey, Christine, hey, do you have a question?
I do, but I don't. Can I share some? Can y'all hear the rain in the background?
Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. We can hear you fine.
Okay. Well, I need to go inside because I can't even hear myself think. All right. So when you started talking about your and Jeff's symbolism, there was lightning, and I'm on the East Coast, and there was thunder and lightning in the background. Now it is completely raining. The winds are blowing like crazy. I have some information about some of the past lives between the two of you, if you would be so kind to allow me to share.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, okay. Thank you.
So this is what I've gotten so far. You and Jeff, every single past life that y'all have had on and off planet, you have been connected. In your immediate past life, I was picking up the 1800s in England. Don't take this the wrong way. Spiritual team gives what they give, right? Yeah, you were the female. You were the female. He was the male, obviously. You had 3 children. You had 2 girls and a boy, in that order.
Wow. Amazing.
I am also getting the both of you. Well, it took a while, but both of you in each and every past lifetime, you did realize that spirituality was within you. And that is one of the driving forces as to why your brain is in overdrive and you are always on it. I've felt your energy since I've been coming in here. You think it, you eat it, you breathe it, you live it, you sleep it. I mean, there's just Exactly. There's no denying it. Now, I'm also picking up on the fact that you have a very, very strong female energy around you that is around you at all times.
Yep, that's
She
my mom
was.
that lives with us.
I was getting ready to say I'm getting it in this lifetime. Okay. Now, in addition to that, you and Jeff have had more children.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But in each and every lifetime, you've had in between 1 and 3. For some reason, you've never gone beyond 3. So there's some symbolism there. There's something to that. I just haven't delved into it because I was trying to partially listen to Bobby because what he was sharing was phenomenal.
Amazing.
And
the symbology Bobby has on his body with those tattoos blows my mind all the way out. So yeah, okay, go ahead, Christine, keep going.
Indubitably. Now, I'm getting in a lot of your pastimes. Also, you were an artist, so you can compare yours and Mary's. But there are other times and lifetimes where you really did draw a really good wolf.
Well, thank goodness. This last time, that poor wolf, he's suffering.
I couldn't stop laughing from that. The phone was shaking. I felt so foolish. You kept talking all serious, and I just kept giggling and giggling.
Wait, did everybody? I don't know if anyone saw it. So Mary was kind of, she was frustrated with some nasty people on TikTok, and you know how it all goes. But so yesterday I wanted to cheer her up, so I took some screenshots of my more immaculate drawings from the last live, and I made a TikTok that showed a bunch of her drawings, beautiful colored, and I put the Titanic Celine Dion song, and then switched over to John's drawings, and it was like that flute where it's like it's trying to sing the song, but it's all
and it's all out of tune. It's so hilarious. I could not stop laughing from that one either. Me and Hannah, we both couldn't stop laughing.
So, Christine, something I want to share with you is that I did a card pull on myself the other night, and because this fox that came to see us the other night. So Jeff and I both have a strong connection. Both of us do with Freya, the goddess, the Norse goddess of love and fertility, and she also connects directly with the rune Raido for me. And the first card that I pulled, I basically was like, all right, where are we at right now? Where are we at? And I pulled this card. I didn't know who these are. Okay, so the name is Gersemi and Nos. These are daughters of Odin, which is Mercury, and Freya, which is Raido. Mm-hmm. Right. They are in a mirror like Gemini. Mm-hmm. And Mary, they are the creators of realities. What you said about Jeff. Yeah. So what you just said connects directly with what Mary has seen, what I have seen, and that's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Amazing.
My pleasure, my genuine pleasure. And I was also getting the message when you were talking about the symbolism between you and Jeff. When the lightning started, when the thundering started, Thor was giving me messages, some downloads for you, that there have been some times in this year, okay, that you have been having to weather some storms that you shouldn't have had to weather, that other people have placed on you either knowingly or unknowingly, but you are moving through them with taking the higher road. I am also getting that this is driving, and I'm not going, I respect boundaries, so I don't go too deep in a public forum out of respect. But you have absolutely been taking the higher road. It has been a driving force for you to do more research on some extra bits of information that you may have had to sidetrack your main research because this personal issue, it needs to be resolved. It needs to be resolved. But what I was being shown is that it will be resolved and it will be in your favor. And while we never wish ill will on anyone, may they have the day they deserve. Does that make sense to you?
It makes so much sense that I'm going to give you the details about what you just saw. So you're exactly right. There, I was having a major issue I'm going to keep it just bland for the sake of privacy of not me, but whoever the person that was involved.
Yes,
I had a
I do this.
very direct, uncomfortable conversation where one needed to be had, and I held my ground, and I held my ground, and that's all there was to it, and I didn't care what the outcome was because it was the truth and it's what needed to be done, and problem solved, literally. And it's been going on for too long. But I took my power back. That's not who I am. I'm not one to cower under phony, do this or do that. It's not me. So when I finally took my power back and I put my foot down hard and I didn't let any wiggle room, it stopped. So again, dead on, because it was something that bothered me a lot to the point where it made me feel, it lowered my frequency substantially, and it would cut into the time that I put into all this. So
it did sidetrack you. It did sidetrack you, but you did maintain the course. And having said that, I was getting there. There was something that was unexpectedly that unfolded, and it was this year. I'm getting within 2 months. There was something that unfolded this year that turned the tide. Literally, it turned the tide.
Yep, sure did.
This is not a bribe. This is not a bribe. Anybody that's had sessions with me knows that I keep my mouth shut. I am like a freaking vault and very respectful. But if you do follow me back, there is more information that I would like to share with you.
Absolutely. I'll follow you. Done and done. Absolutely. That's amazing, because you're dead. You are dead on.
And by the way, in your last lifetime in the 1800s in England, the two girls, are you ready for this?
Huh?
They were twins. There's symbology. Do you hear that lightning? Please, for the love of God, tell me you hear that lightning. Tell me that there's symbology for twins for you. You can't make this stuff up.
Yes, there is symbology for twins. So on top of the girl twins and everything that we already talked about, I guess like the power three that you talk about when you talk about astrology, my sun sign is Virgo. My rising and my moon are both Gemini, all three Mercury.
Right.
Gemini is a twin. Mercury stands for Odin. And the other big energy that I have in me is Freya, which is Rhino. And that's what this is. Twins. Gibo, the X that turns into Ingwaz. Everything you said is on point.
I don't know as much about astrology as I'd like to, but I just give what I get.
Hey, you don't need to. You know what? This is what Mary and I talk about this all the time. Mary will say, well, I see this and this and this, and I'm not sure what it means. I wouldn't be able to do we all saw my drawing of the wolf, okay? Thank God that's
He was a cute little wolf, though. He was so cute.
Don't quit your day job if you're planning on fucking drawing wolves for a living. Don't quit your day job.
Right. If I had Mary's job, we'd be in trouble, okay? So, but that's the cool thing, is that the whole thing about us on this planet and doing what we're doing is we're all just one piece of the puzzle, and we need to figure out how the pieces all fit together, and we all need to do what we know how to do to make the whole together, you know? So that's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing, Christine. I will definitely reach out to you, because I'd love to connect and talk more.
You're very welcome, and I'm being nudged, and I hope this isn't too personal. May I ask a question that's semi-personal?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you or have y'all been thinking about adopting? I'm seeing a child in your life.
Yeah, so we recently went through a surrogacy a whole thing for about 3 or 4 years, and it ended up not working out with the surrogate. And so we decided on adoption moving forward. So yes, that is something that is actively being explored right now.
I just got chills down my body, and for some reason, I'm hearing a boy. Well, you know what's interesting is that Jeff had a dream one night that there were 2 little boys with white blonde hair, both of which we had when we were little, and they were our kids. And he was telling them not to go by the water, and they were calling them dad. So again, dead on. Well, then maybe that's the correlation that I was pulling about the twin in this lifetime.
Yeah, could be
synchronicity.
Yep.
So maybe the mom might not be having one, but two boys.
Yep. Could be.
So you'll have double the double the fun. I mean, excuse me.
Double the trouble. You were right the first time. Double the trouble. Yeah, that's
So
awesome.
I'm gonna go ahead and leave. Mary, thank you. John, thank you. Bobby, thank
You're
you so
welcome.
much.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
John, I
would
have
be
one more question before I hop off.
Yeah, buddy.
And this is one that, I mean, oh my gosh, this is so incredible. Man, I'm going to be crying tears of gratefulness after this whole thing, when I start putting all this together. Holy cow. Okay, so when my divine masculine, divine feminine started coming in more and more, and I've been on a little over 2-year journey now since 111, and I mean, it just keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. But I am low key. My divine masculine and the god of mischief, which if you knew me, I mean, you wouldn't even question this, man. I mean, I'm like this little, I don't even want to describe myself. But what kind of symbolism, what kind of knowledge do you know about Loki? And I want to preface this is, when I was enlightened, I was driving a 600 horsepower supercharged Camaro SS 50th anniversary edition, named Fiddy, like 50 cents, Fiddy. And Jesus built my hot rod, and that thing used to kick Lambos and Porsches to the curb sometimes. This thing beat things that you couldn't even believe, out horsepowered and everything. It was the most famous car in this town of Omaha with the big car scene, and I was the anti-troll. But anyway, so I have to believe I was my 8-legged horse, my V8. So Loki was riding his horse, which was a V8 8-legged horse. Jesus, my brother, built that hot rod for me, and I know he was in the passenger seat quite often as well, because I think he likes to go fast. But anyway, what could you talk about that? Because I don't know much about. I bought a book about Loki, but I don't really know much about it.
Yeah, so first of all, you keep saying Jesus built my hot rod. That song was I was in a fraternity in college, and it was called a
Me too.
And it had a direct tie with Masonic stuff, and that's how I kind of started. That was kind of like, I think, the experience I had that kind of poured me into symbology. Now what we've learned from there, things have gone a different direction, but we knew we were in trouble when we heard the song Jesus Built My Hot Rod. When we heard that damn song start, we were like, shit, we are in trouble. So the fact that you said that was hilarious. Yeah, it's just a synchronicity. So it was interesting you said that.
Okay.
So here's the deal. Loki is part of the bad guy team, right? The bad guys are the good guys. Loki is actually a giant. He lives in the Jotunheim in the east with the giants. Same thing as Angrboda, the she-wolf. Same thing as Fenrir, the wolf. Same thing as Yogurmund.
I'm a white wolf. Yeah, I'm a white wolf.
Okay,
yeah.
So right now they have Loki tied up underneath the earth, and part of what happens when Loki is released. So Loki represents chaos, right? The trickster. Another thing towards Mercury or Gemini. But here's the thing: if he represents chaos, chaos to who? Chaos to the order that is. The order being the veil that's keeping us trapped here. So Loki is not a bad guy, in my opinion. Loki is the I think the chaos that he is him fighting back against the stuff that's wrong. And I think literally when the veil drops, Loki is going to encompass a whole new, I think he's the divine masculine.
Yeah, I believe I'm the divine masculine as part of the puzzle. An example of the divine I'm going to be on stage in front of 1 million people, and 500,000 men and 500,000 women, and I'm going to make 99% of those men cry while I'm on stage sharing a story, because I'm going to be draining tears all over, and they're going to open up their heart and realize how damaged they are, and they're going to be there because they want to heal.
And that's what you're saying right there. And you talked about you're calm now. That's the whole difference, is being able to understand what you have in you, but then to use it appropriately in order to achieve some kind of result. So you got it, man. Just follow your intuition. You're dead on. Dead on.
Thank you, guys. Peace, love, and rock and roll.
All right. Thank
you. So somebody said in the live that I saw Loki in her piece. And here's the thing, I when I see these things, I'm coming from a virgin mentality. I've never really gotten into astrology. I've never really gotten into tarot or runes or anything like that. I like working from a foundation of nothing and then seeing something because it keeps me invisible in my brain too, right? So when I probably did a reading for you with Loki, I know that Loki was known as the trickster and the fly and the spy. There's a story of Loki taking the net that trapped gold, which is souls, and wanted to take the net from a goddess named Re. She's the goddess of the sea. And so these stories made me think that Loki is the bad guy. And I probably did a reading saying he was the bad guy. What's your impression on that, John?
Yeah, so this is the thing. You have to remember that right now we all of the information that we're getting. Remember, all information that we get, guys, it comes through our own filter, right? Right now we're still under this veil. So that means all of the information that we get is coming through the filter that is the veil. So that means all of the good guys are going to appear as bad, right? It's the mirror that flips everything upside down. So in terms of your Mary's readings, listen to what she's saying. So it's not necessarily, oh, Loki was here and he's doing this, and Loki was there and he's doing that, so what is Loki? And I got caught up in this too. I got caught up in this too. I realized that at the time that it's communicated, just listen to what is being communicated and don't worry so much about the details. And that's why I love what Mary just said with she tries to keep everything just as it is and take it for what it is.
Thank you so much.
Listen to what is said versus, because we all are humans. We're so left brain because of the way we were taught. We categorize things, right? We assign things in categories. Try to drop that, because Loki today could mean one thing. Loki next week could mean something completely different. So whatever Mary feels when she's doing it, this is why I can't look at any pieces and say, oh, here's what I see, unless I listen to what Mary says as she's drawing it.
So, for instance, the goddess Inanna is the goddess of the heavens, and she was sent to the waters of chaos because she misused her power or whatever. Loki has the same story. But here's the thing, when we're talking about these stories, it's always talking about how we were in a heaven and we went through a pole shift. You might like to know that the sun flips every 11 years. The pole of the sun flips every 11 years, okay? So when we're thinking of the two poles and the flipping of the sun, if Loki was in heaven or Thor was in heaven, then suddenly the poles shift. Then he goes to the lower realm, just like the story of Nana and just like Loki. Yes, we all fell. Yes, something happens where we go through either a black hole, we lose memory, we lose consciousness, we lose power, we lose everything, and then we start moving back up again. We start awakening and remembering again. So Loki will come back up again. If you were down here with Loki, then you fell with Loki. But you will come back up again because that's what the story is. This is the story, the never-ending story. It goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down.
Does anybody have any specific questions pertaining to the actual steps of the activation or anything we talked about today with concerning St. Elmo's fire, or what the activation is, or any questions about the details or anything like that?
Yeah, just say me, put in the comments, say me, and I will invite you.
I just want to make sure that if there are any questions, we can knock out as many as we can today, because the video is going to be coming soon. I'm starting it today. It's going to be so awesome.
I can't wait. You're so welcome. Thank you, Terry, for being here. Thank you. Did they have to be done inside or outside? Go with your heart, I say, right, John?
Yep. Mary, do you want to, you know what? I was going to ask Mary if you feel comfortable of talking about a little bit about, look at that little guy with the little, thank you. I don't know what that is, but it's cute. About what you did the other night.
At midnight?
Yeah, on the eclipse.
So what I did was, again, I was alone, and I went out to Forest Ferry, my shop, and I just started working on art, because what you do in the physical is speaking to the upside down world and parallel dimensions. Your actions are a prayer. So I began creating art, putting glitter, singing songs, and I lit a fire next to an oak tree. At midnight, I climbed a ladder. I put both of my hands where my hands touched the oak tree. And listen, you all have a creative ability where you may receive a message from your higher self and you will feel pregnant with an idea and you birth that. You must birth these ideas. You must. And so I birthed a saying that I say a lot that puts me in 0 point energy on the tree. And I was welled up with tears. I didn't mean to cry. I wanted to maintain this ha 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 joy, but it was a release. It was like, I forgive you. I am you. You are me. I'm a jerk. You're a jerk. I'm good. You're good. We're neither good nor bad. We're just nothing, right? I put myself in 0 point energy. And then of course made a video and a song and all this because you have to do stuff. You can't just talk. You have to dance. You have to speak it. And you have to have the heart of a child because if you're this, I'm very serious and I totally believe this and I'm so right and you're so wrong. If you do that, it won't work. You must have this, I love you, you love me, I'm a child, ha ha ha, joy to make it activated.
And for the record, when I did this the other night, I bawled because it was like I believed the words like sincerely. Like if you listen to the song a few times on repeat and really see yourself singing those words and what those words mean to you, the more that you sing, that you can feel a song and allow yourself to feel the emotion. That emotion is literally spirit from your spirit team. It's information that is literally anchoring into your system. When you feel an emotion, it is spirit that is anchoring into your physical body. And then the next time, after it's anchored, the next time you listen to those same sound vibrations in that same sequence, it will activate the information that's encoded in that spirit. Okay, it's like the idea of, like Mary just said, birthing an idea. That's the same thing as planting the seed and then the seed coming up, right? And then you crack the seed open with the hammer and the nail. It's the same exact concept. And when that happens, I see a movie play out. It's like a music video. It's nuts because I see myself in it doing stuff. And then every time I re-listen to the song, my spirit team explains to me, this is why you do this with your hands. This is why you do. I'm like, holy shit, seriously? Oh, thank you for those glasses.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
Everybody's asking me what. Okay, so this is the bowl that I created when you were talking.
I love it.
It has the letter M like lightning. So for some reason, this lightning is the letter M in particular, and there's some other strange symbols. There's a star that isn't finished. There's a piece missing off the star next to AIA, and everyone's like, "What does AIA mean?" I don't know.
I'm gonna have to look at this because a few things. So above his head, right? Above his head. Hi, Choo Choo. Mom, can you play with him? He's been so patient. He's been trying to play with me, my poor little guy. Go, Mama's got it. Go get the toy. Okay, so let me flip this around. Mary, so another thing that we are seeing on your on all of your readings, right, is this mysterious symbol. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What that is it's the Pisces symbol turned on its side.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, this symbol, and again, I've got notes on this, and of course, they're nowhere to be found. So I might have to come back to this because what I think this is when, okay, so you have Aquarius, right? The planet for Aquarius is Uranus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sometimes you see this as a head, right?
Yeah.
This is this. It's the stance that you take for St. Elmo's fire.
Oh, damn.
And what that is Aquarius. 11 gives you the bull horns.
Oh, yeah. Let me show you what I was just told about the AIA from Spirit. Sometimes when I see things I don't know and then I get and then I see something, and then I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
So a spirit talks in telepathy. Telepathy isn't always a word, it's always symbology. And these symbols, and thank God for you, John, because I don't know how to verbalize what I see. And so I'm so thankful for you. So the AIA. So next to the AIA is this star. So the star makes an A, okay?
Mhm.
And then you go up, and then there's another A. So you have two A's there. So see the two A's, right?
Yep.
All right. So the I is missing.
Okay.
So that's that symbol, and that's that symbol there. So you have AA. So that's AA on the star, but the I is missing. So this is a communication on the horn of the bull that something is missing. There's two A's, and if you get the I, you get the I.
Oh, I know what it is.
It'll make a star, but the I is not there.
Got it. I know what it is.
Okay.
Okay. So this is amazing. Okay, so
I love it when you laugh like that. I knew something good is going to happen.
Okay, so time and time again, we see this.
Mm-hmm.
And Boaz, the pillars, black and white.
Yeah.
Tree of life, right? And here is me in the middle, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You are the I.
Okay.
Say I this, I am this, I this. So here's the point. When creation happens, there are three different. So right now we have two up and down. Here's the two pillars this way. Here's the two pillars this way. That makes a total
11, 11.
11, 11, and it makes 9 boxes. There are 9 worlds in the Norse Yggdrasil tree. Okay? The female version of this. Remember that? That was you put that on tree.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's the same thing. It's 11, 11, but it's circles. Okay? What that means is that it is showing what it and then we're in the middle, right? So that means there should be 3. What that means is this. Three this way, 3 this way, 3 this way. Right now there's only 2. That's how it anchors us.
So listen, guys. So see the tic-tac-toe symbol here that he just did is right here, right? This is the letter AA upside down and right side up there also. You guys know that the magical square of the sun is 111. So when you so the sun flips here. So what John is saying is the sun flips every 11 years. It goes through a polar shift, but the magical square of the sun is 111. He just did 111 this way, 111 this way, and then that way, and that's that symbol. When I see this on people's head, that's from an angle, John. When you look at this from an angle, it makes this. This is what I see on people's heads all the time, this symbol.
Yeah. And
that's that.
Yep. So now look at. When you use 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, so you're this line right here, and then here's the 2 pillars, and here's 33, right? If you change that you become this. Here's the 2 pillars. So there's 4. This becomes 44. Now you have a perfect ingwas that has the right geometries inside versus the distorted one.
I'm going to cut this particular teachings of John and me on my YouTube, specifically this subject, because this is a truth about being a master of the net. And the net is connected to the sun and your heart and this number 11 and the number 111, because see, that's an old symbol of the sun there. And here's the 8th flame here, but there's a snake here. I believe this is the ability for us to travel our consciousness outside of timelines.
Yep. So the snake, another meaning of the snake is goes back to the symbol Eeyore, right? So the symbol Eeyore is salt, but or the element salt, but it's also life force. Okay. So one of the meanings of this is being on both sides of a boundary at the same time. Okay. That's why this was so significant. He's on both sides of a boundary because he's straddled the line between discord and rhyme, fire and ice. Okay, so that's what the snake means. A snake represents, I'm sorry, I'm making you guys seasick again. Snake represents a sine wave, right? A wave, energy. Energy could be in 2 places at once versus
this
line.
symbol.
Yep.
Look,
or
John.
particle. Yep. That's
But
what
it's
that
going
is.
through the circle, though. It's going through the sun. So it goes in and then it disappears and then it comes out the other side.
Yep. It almost looks like it looks like the same kind of concept that they took and applied to the scarab, Egyptian scarab.
Yeah. And what it's saying is this lightning, this AIA is saying that our consciousness has the ability, and I've done it. I've gone to John's house. I've astral traveled. I've met people. I can see through your eyes. I see the invisible world. You can do it too. This is why we're here to teach you guys some stuff. If you can die before you die, this means let go of your beliefs and your emotions and surrender and forgive. Leave the old world behind. Leave your old self behind and renew yourself through that cracking of the egg. Now, if we can do this, what happens is there's 4 realms mostly. And I'm not saying that's all of it in totality, but here's your consciousness on this side of the circle. You can go to 0 point energy, which is in the center, and your consciousness will come out the other side. But here you have to use your double. Your double is invisible. And your eye opens. When you see on the spirit realm or the dream realm, you're not seeing with your eyes. You're seeing with the eyes of your double. You and your double are becoming the same frequency through listening to this invisible spirit. Once you and your double are the same frequency, because your double lives on heavenly realms connected to what, if you want to call it, the Holy Spirit, then what you do is make your frequency joyful, playful, whatever. Forgive, don't be a jerk. Don't connect with jerks. You'll adopt their jerk energy. You'll become a jerk because you mirror them. And if you get around a bunch of jerks, you'll start mirroring them and you'll be like, oh my God, I'm suddenly a jerk. I don't know how I became a jerk. It's okay. Forgive yourself, forgive them, or cut them off, or be ruthless, whatever you do. But anyway, go to 0 point energy. Say, I am nothing. I believe nothing. I love you so much. Thank you for loving me back. Blah, blah. Go to there. And then suddenly you can see through other people's eyes. You can remote view. You can do amazing things.
Mary,
but you cannot be polarized by low self-worth or self-importance.
Yeah, Mary, can you share with them real quick about your most recent interaction with me on the astral plane, and I revealed what my true form was? Can you tell them about that?
I'm afraid to. I don't know how many people listening.
Okay.
No. I'm gonna do it. Okay. But I want to preface it. You guys, think of the golden compass when I tell you this story. All right. Think of Harry Potter. He has an owl. Hermione has a cat. Ron Weasley has a frog. Okay. Think of the golden compass that they called your animal self a demon, right? And our demon, our animal, was cut from us. Why? They wanted to enslave us and use us as slaves. Because if we're powerless, we're easily controlled. So they wanted to control us. If you connect with your animal again, it's the allegory of when Jesus was baptized, the holy dove descended upon him. The dove is an animal. All right. Anyway, on the spirit realm, I was visited by not just John. John was in the background. It was John's double. John's double looks like Beauty and the Beast. I wouldn't say he looked like a bull. I wouldn't say that. I would say he looked like a lion slash bull slash. I mean, I swear to God, like Beauty and the Beast. That show. All right. And when I saw him, I saw John, and then I saw his double come forward like invisibly. And I wasn't afraid. I thought it was a bit scary, but I wasn't afraid. And I knew that we all have a double, and some of our doubles have an origin that goes back and back and back. And so the God Who, which is connected to John, we're starting to get the pieces together here, that we all have a power that if you forsake it, and this is what we did when we first, before we even went on here again, right before you came on, John, this is the piece that we did. It's the body of a goddess. All right. And she has the if you forsake this awakening because of beliefs or unforgiveness, or you just can't crack the egg open because you're around a bunch of jerks, and because we are like a mirror. I mean, for those of us who are like oracles, if you're around a bunch of jerks, you're going to become a jerk. Becoming an oracle learns how to leave those people behind, even if it means being alone. All right. And learning to forgive and let go, because if you don't, you're going to be eaten by the vulture. The vulture eating the egg. If you can face the west instead of the east, then the phoenix and the female does automatic writing. And she's wearing bunny rabbit shoes because she's like has the heart of a child. And she has the invisible heart here. Look. All you have to do is just step into it, Charlie. Grab the golden ticket out of that television. And yes, you can teleport. Yes, you can time travel. Yes, you can. Don't tell me I'm wrong. I'll put you in timeout. Yes, you can.
That's awesome. And the reason I wanted Mary to touch on that is the horns. Is that it's nothing that we've been taught to be scared of is legit.
Yeah.
All right. One of the things I wanted to share with that is that I wanted to highlight QHHT, which is quantum healing hypnosis therapy. Opal Star 33, she does this.
She does. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So the first time I did it, I went back to when I was 3 years old, and I was standing there looking at my 3-year-old self. And I realized that I was looking at myself through the eyes of that bull man. And the lady that was doing it said, "Well, who is it?" I said, "It's me." And just recently, when I had the reading done with my friend Austin from Fly Grounded, he's awesome too. I talked about an interaction that I had with someone in meditation, Anger Boda. I think I shared it with you guys. And he goes, "Do you know why she was so taken aback when you matched her size?" I said, "No." He goes, "Because you were in your true form. It was a bull." So bottom line is that none of this is anything to be scared of, like at all. This is how things really were. They taught us to be afraid of it because they don't want us being able to complete who we really are, and have all of our power.
Don't forget that the original Christ was Mithra, who was originally a bull or an Ophiotaurus, who was sacrificed, a white bull sacrificed. It was the most horrific thing that ever happened. And the bull, because it died, became the moon. So this Ophiotaurus is connected to Mithra and Christ, which is also by extension connected to John. So John, yes, this is you. This is, and so funny. I hope we go to amazing places with this, because I'm not ready to give up on the expansion. And
Mary, after the fox and dog visit last week, I'm just waiting for what's next.
Yeah.
Like, this just keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Like, it's only going to keep on expanding from here. So, moving forward, tonight I'm going to make copies of all of the visual aids that we use today for our live. I'm going to make a TikTok on there, just like I did for the notes for this class. And then I'm going to start working on this video step by step. So whoever is interested in activating St. Elmo's fire in them and getting their octagram to match the earth, so we can get the show on the road here. It'll be ready soon. And
Someone said that John did say that the horns of the ram also symbolizes the sun and the moon together.
Oh, okay. Let me see if where's it.
That's Sun 1.
So John did say that the horns of the ram symbolize the sun and the moon together, magically of horns. Okay, yeah. So also the ram horn. The reason they picked a ram, right? It's like this and like this. It's the ram horns is a combination of the eagle and the scorpion, or I'm sorry, the eagle and the fish. Which is exactly what Aries the ram is, right? It's the the northern fish is trapped in Mars. So anyhow, Mary, thank you so much as always. I can't wait to go back and watch this, because half the time I wasn't able to look at what was on the screen because I had my phone flipped around. So, but this is awesome. Every week we do this. Like, I always leave each week being like, okay, next week we're going to do this, and then a bunch of stuff happens. It goes completely a different way, but that's what's so awesome about it. And Mary's pieces, we wouldn't be anywhere without any of these pieces, like literally at all. Mary, if it's okay with you, I would like to, some of the pieces that you sent me recently, I'm going to put in the notes with with this other stuff, so people could take a look, because I have like 5 or 6 or 7 of them printed up here. And there's just so much to all this that sometimes I forget, or we start talking and I skip a whole stack. So I'm going to put those up there too. And then in the meantime, guys, listen to the song, read the words, visualize, look and see what you see when you listen to that song. See if you connect with it. If you don't, you can use another song. There's no outside rules. You make up the rules. The rules. For me, this is what I felt. So I'm using that, but this is just one example. You do as you see fit. It's all about what you believe. So follow what you believe and listen to your feelings, and that will lead you in the right direction.
Well, big love and hugs, and what an amazing read. This today was so perfect. I just want to thank all of you here. I see that you have questions. Do you know anything about Fenrir? There's questions here. Maybe you are Mr. Incredible. Yeah, of course. We are all Mr. Incredible. All of you guys. All of you guys. Yeah, we need to all see yourself as a superhero and start stepping into that, right?
Yep, absolutely. Here's what I want to end with. If everybody hasn't seen Mary's video she made yesterday with the song "I Need a Hero," go look at it. That's the kind of stepping into your power that I'm talking about. I've never heard Mary even sing like that. I was like, okay, Mary, she's here. Yeah. It was awesome. I loved it.
Yeah, so, you gotta get a little bit pissed off to dig down deep and go, hey, fuck you.
Yes,
no,
the
but I love you.
Out, bitch. Watch out. Yes, absolutely. Love it. Yeah. Mary, thank you so much as always. This was awesome. As always, all of you, thank you guys so much. I look forward to where this leads for all of us, because we're all in this together. So
can't wait till next week. Hey, you guys, please subscribe. Please follow John. Please follow me on Mary Moses Art on YouTube if you want to rewatch this video. And if you need to connect with us, you know where to find us. And just have faith. Live in your 0 point energy, joy. And we're all giving each other a big hug right now. I can feel it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. Have a great weekend, Mary. Thank you so much. I will be in touch.
John.
And I'll talk to you guys. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, babies. For what? My goodness. All right, if you are my subscriber and you would like to have a reading because you want to know what Spirit has to say to you today, send out energy out of your solar plexus and say, I love you in the comments, and I might pick you. You should be my subscriber. Why? It's only like $5 or $3. I don't know even how much TikTok allows me to charge, but to be honest, I don't even know. I take the monies that you guys subscribe and I give free readings. I don't know why. Just because I love you. So, I love you too. Yes. Anyone else feel like you gained 25 pounds just in knowledge? I love you too. So, thank you. Yes. I love you. I love you. So we're going to go with, let me see here. Yes. Oh, I know. We're so excited about this. This is, I love you too, Yaya. I love you. Light Chrissy. Are you, oh, so you are, let me follow you back, baby. Light Chrissy. Let me put your name on here. What is your first name, my sweet? Thank you for being a subscriber. Yes. I mean, I also do readings for non-subscribers, but I will pick my subscribers first. Not only that, but I give you guys free prizes like glow-in-the-dark necklaces or handmade soaps, handmade high-frequency products like powders or lotions that are edible, things that are really good for your body and your heart chakra, that emit negative ions and that help to combat any kind of EMFs or ELFs that affect your heart chakra at this time. So, yeah. Let's see, I'm trying to see what your first name is. Okay, like Chrissy, your name is your name Christian? CHRISTIAN? Okay, you ready, baby? We're gonna do a meditation. Little bell. Sometimes when we touch, the honesty's too much, and I have to close my eyes and hide. I wanna hold you till I die, or till we both break down and cry. I wanna hold you till the fear in me subsides. That's the song for you. You ready? Hey, do you have another one?
Am I your slave?
Can't tell Papa.
Dinner soon.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes I think we're drifters, searching for a friend, a brother or a sister. But then the passion flares again. Ooh, sometimes when we touch, the honesty's too much, and I have to close my eyes and hide. I wanna hold you till I die, or till we both break down and cry. I wanna hold you till the fear in me subsides. I wanna hold you until the fear in me subsides. I love the word subsides. I never use the word subsides. I need to though. Um, you need to replenish your thoughts and the energy that you give out with actions that feed your soul. Otherwise, you will be powerless and weak and susceptible to principalities and powers. Giving and receiving is an art. When we give and we don't feed our soul as a bouncing kind of, like, say that you give thoughts, energy out to your family, friends, or whatever, and you don't start sun gaze or ground or meditate or dance or fill yourself up with life energy from your childlike heart chakra, you will become powerless and the dark ones will see you and will detain you. But if you keep the heart of a child and feed your spirit, then you will not be seen or detained. You will become powerful and full of illumination, and no one can see you or detain you. So you are meant to be an anointer. I would have to say you have a lot of bumblebee energy. Your face as a goddess looks like a bumblebee. If you look up the bumblebee in ancient mythology, it is the symbol of God. The voice and sound of God is the bumblebee. The honey is elixir or medicine that literally, you have a rainbow bridge on your arm, which means that you are a bridge of mortal man and mind into the mind of God. If you learn how to collect personal power and feed your spirit instead of giving away your energy and then not replenishing it, you will do things not only on the physical realm but on the spirit realm. You have a tornado around you. This is your Taurus field, and you have beautiful big hair that makes a myriad of symbols. Let me show you what these symbols actually mean here. You have the rabbits. But you have your mouth covered up but you're singing. Okay. So you should sing. So you have a frog up here. You've been twice born. What are you waiting for? Who told you you can't be powerful? Who said? All right. Let's get another marker here. I see your higher self. You are the unicorn. You have one horn. And I want you to know that the unicorn is not nice. What the unicorn does is it sees a person who doesn't know who they are. And what the unicorn does is it will literally poke a hole in your heart chakra in a very painful way until your heart chakra becomes dominant over your mind, and it will hurt. So this unicorn of yours is going to push you where you feel like dying. And that's okay, because if you die before you die, imagine what it's like to die. What is it like to die? You know what? Dying feels like I feel nothing. I see nothing. I am nothing. So go ahead and die before you die. Surrender. Your unicorn is pulling your eyes and pushing your eyes closed. Does not want you to look outside of the world. Do not look at the Matrix. If politics are going on and people are abusing children or animals, and people are lying and trains are derailing and chemicals are spilling, I'm going to sing a song for you. You have something over your throat chakra. Somebody is closing your throat, like literally has their hand over your throat, and you are the singer. How dare they? No. So, bombs are flying. People are dying. Babies are crying. Politicians are lying too. Cancer is killing. Texaco's spilling. The whole world's gone to hell, but how are you? And you're gonna say, I'm super. Thanks for asking. I have learned to stand in 0 point energy. I am not polarized by self-importance or by low self-worth. Can you see the pretty hat I'm wearing on my head? You're going to sing a song of joy and love. You have a grandmother or some energy coming and kissing you with a kiss of love, somebody who loves you and is actually helping you on the spirit realm. They love you. They are what they're doing, and they will do it either ruthlessly or not, is they are pushing you into the number 8. This is your 8th chakra. You have the number 8 everywhere. All right? You have lightning in your hands. Why aren't you using power if you're not? Because this is you. Look, we don't become powerful because we want to be the great and mighty Wizard of Oz, and we want the world to love us finally, or mommy or daddy to love us. Not from low self-worth or self-importance. Oh, we want to be the great and mighty better than other people. No, ma'am. We step into our power because we want to pull everyone into this truth so that we are one. And when everyone is powerful, no one is. And if no one is, everyone is. And therefore, I can look at you in your eyes and say, we're the same. I don't put you on a pedestal. You don't put me on a pedestal. Step into your job of anointing those who are stepping into becoming like Mother Mary, birthing Christ consciousness. Let's see her here. Who is holding your throat chakra? Keeping you from singing or speaking or being silly or being wrong or being right. You're going through a huge shift. You're going through the invisibility. This means that you are going through the lightning strike of the great stag. This means, like a thief in the night, you become reborn. And if you're not careful and you keep on carbon copying the memories of the age of Pisces onto the age of Aquarius, you will forsake Aquarius and go back to Pisces. Don't look at the age of Pisces. Don't look at the world. Think of the world as being changed and shifted, and so are you. And through this stag energy, you will, like a lightning strike, step into your divinity. If you can say every day, I am nothing, I am no one, and yet I am everything and everyone. My mind is like the golden compass. If I seek first the kingdom of God, my consciousness will go into the mind of God or the mind of gods or the mind of adept human beings that will give me downloads to teach me to grow my spirit more. But if I seek first fear, I will send my unicorn there, and like Artax, I will be in the swamp of sadness, stuck, immobile, weak, powerless, and sad. We are at the 11th hour, and it's not time to dilly-dally. According to some female in your life who has your crown, it is the Corona crown. And yeah, darling.
10 minutes.
Okay, baby, thank you. It says Ova. No, it's Gaia. You have a B backwards. That's the birch tree backwards. You have somebody blocking your throat. But it's probably, I'm going to tell you this secret. Every person in your life is God. And they will come to you as evil or good. And if they come to you as being evil, it's something in your heart that is not healed yet. And you're going to battle these people until you surrender. When you surrender, the hand will come off your throat. These people will have no power over you anymore because why? Because they are simply God coming out of people. It is your unicorn stabbing you in the heart, telling you, hey, your throat chakra is blocked. You're not speaking the voice of God, and you need to surrender and let God speak through your heart and your mouth so that you can anoint people and make them stand as tall and as beautiful as you. And you have the kiss, the sacred kiss. And let's look at this from far away. The frog is that you have been twice born. You have been born again. Believe it. Number 2, if your throat chakra is blocked because of someone in your life, that is your unicorn or God coming as a jerk because you have to heal it. Heal the relationship, heal the throat, the blocked energy. Do not be polarized by low self-worth or self-importance. Forgive. And once you are in 0 point energy, like a lightning strike, you will go to the number 8, which is the 8th flame in your 8th chakra, and you will bounce or hop like a frog into your destiny. And your destiny is to help others who are coming out of the body of Christ, which is the stag, and stepping into the sun to heal their Taurus field, which is the tornado. And you're literally speaking light language. This light language looks like this. And I hear a song in my head called El Shaddai for some reason. It goes, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Elcom, you Adonai. Age to age, you're still the same. By the power of your name, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Erkamkom, you Adonai. I will praise you till I die, El Shaddai. Through the love and through the realm, you saved the son of Abraham. Through the power of your hand, you dried the sea into dry land. Through the outcast on her knees. This is it. This is the song. You were the God who really sees. Your most awesome work was done through the frailty of your Son. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Erkamkom, you Adonai. I will praise and lift you high. Through the years you made it clear that the time of Christ was near. And though the people couldn't see what Messiah was to be, and though your words contained a plan, they just could not understand. But Adonai, you set your children free. There. You have died. You have rebirthed and resurrected, but you don't know what to do now. So I'm telling you, every person in your life, make peace with them. Everyone. If they say you're wrong, say I'm wrong. If they say you're stupid, say I'm stupid. But say, I love you. Thank you for loving me back. I always loved you no matter what you say. No matter what you do, I love you. Make peace. And then your unicorn will see that you are at 0 point energy. You will bring peace in your life. This peace will put you in your power. Peace turns to power. Power turns to principality. Principality turns to your pineal gland, everything that starts with the letter P. But you are an anointer. You are a bridge, a rainbow bridge from a lower realm to a higher realm. And you help people like a lightning strike go from death to life. Do you know who Gaia is? Let me let you take a picture really quick and then we'll go from here. So when we were in the body of the moon, and I'm going to have to go soon, by the way. We were in Yahshua, the body of Christ. In order to get out of Yahshua, you have to become the mind of Christ. Jesus said you can become as powerful as him and more if you believe. Hold on a second, let me get a drink. He said the kingdom of heaven is within you and that you have the power to move mountains. You can go through the eye of the needle and not to worship him outside of you. Become him. That's your highest form of worship. So if you want to become as powerful as Christ, become him through your actions, your words, and your thoughts. Yah means moon. Shua means sun. So you want to dominate Yah. You do not want to have that as your foundation. Moving through the body of Yahshua is moving through the stag. And the stag is a lightning strike. And the frog is also a leap that happens like a thief in the night. So you went through your rebirth. You've been born again. And so you flipped. Now Shua is dominating Yah. Well, Shua is the sun, Yah is the moon. So now you're in the temple of Solomon. Sol means sun. Oman spells M-O-O-N, moon. However, there is a goddess that is a place that dominates Yah. And this includes Frey, Yah, Emma, Yah, and Gaia. Now, the original Gaia, her name was Haya, but they for some reason changed her to Gaia. And then they took out the letter Y and they made it IA. You are now in the body of a goddess. She will teach you how to become powerful, not because of your own understanding, but because you learn how to activate your heart chakra, release your voice. You have, power in your voice and power in your hands. So you are in the body of a place called Ga, which dominates Yah. That's good. If we have dissension in our relationships, it's our fault. We have to make peace with these people, not because they're right and we're wrong, but because we can see that there's a piece of ourselves that we left behind that is immature. They are a reflection of ourselves, and we left something in the past that we have not healed and we need to grow. So how we handle it is we let go of our self-importance and we say, you're possibly correct, and I love you. Thank you for loving me back. And you repair those relationships. You don't allow them to infect you or polarize you by low self-worth or self-importance. You simply take command of the relationship by saying, I'm forgiving you because I can see that you are a piece of my past that I did not forgive or let go or grow.
So then you go back and you grow that relationship to heal it. And then you can step into your destiny here to be the anointer and the healer. Okay? I see that you are a light worker. Absolutely. You're here to light the 8th flame. Sorry. TikTok for some reason did a verification. You're here to light the 8th flame. And the swastika is the symbol of Odin, the 4 arms of Odin. It's also connected to the 4 wheels of Ezekiel. It's about peace, bringing peace to all disdain and relationships, to get back into harmony, because everyone is a mirror of who you are, who you were, or who you are going to be. And if people from your past are who you were, you can forgive it and just not look back. That's fine too. Or you can try to make peace and grow them because they are you that was left behind. Okay, so take a picture. You're so welcome. Just know that I have not opened my readings yet because I'm waiting for Spirit to give me an okay. I have a lot of videos or readings to do on YouTube to make videos and all that. So I haven't been doing that, and I'm behind on it because I needed to replenish my power and my energy. You guys know this is never about money. If you think that I'm out of divine timing, I always say, well, I can refund you if money is that important. But I never want this to be about money. If I had $1 million, I would do this for free every day. If I had the money to sustain and do this every single day for free, I would do it. I do this because Spirit leads me to do it, and maybe one day I will just do it for free, because I don't want money to be a culprit. I want you to get your reading in divine timing and know that it was from Spirit, not under the power of whatever. You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, you are a tarot reader. You do have a voice, but you're more than a tarot reader. Do you see this card that you're holding right here? Yeah, but you're more than that. You can leap your higher self like a rabbit into their mind, and you can take them on a rainbow bridge to a higher realm, and you can heal them. Become more than a tarot reader. You're more than that. You're actually a prophet. See the triangle of your mouth going down? The triangle going down is water. These are people who are stuck in the waters of chaos. They are in the baptism of water. They are in the God of Yah. They are in Yahshua. They are in the body of Christ. They have not healed their 7 chakras, the 7 wounds of Christ yet. But your voice leaps them from water into fire. This is the 8th flame. When they are brought to you in divine timing. So please follow Light Chrissy if you think you are in the waters of chaos, the baptism of water, or the age of Pisces, and you don't feel like you have stepped into your power, which is the flame, which is the age of Aquarius, which is becoming Christ consciousness and stepping into your power. Because Chrissy has a power of touching you telepathically, taking you out of on your knees, helping you to stand up and become Christ consciousness instead of worshiping outside of yourself. Within you and embodying a collective consciousness under the direction of the Holy Spirit and God. It is a painful thing, but if you're ready to go through the pain and see the outside world as the reflection of the inside of you, if you are ready to forgive and let go and not look back and step out of the age of Pisces and chaos and go into the baptism of fire, then follow Light Chrissy. She will touch you and you will go through pain. This pain will manifest as people in your life, but it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Once it's cleared, it's cleared, it's done. And just be ready for battle. Just say, okay, who's going to come into my life and be a jerk? Pretend you're being roasted. And just say, okay, that person is something in my past that I have not forgiven, and I have left them as a child, and I need to grow them because I've just left it. So either you can do one of two things. You can forgive it and cut them off completely, or you can make peace and grow them with love. And that's what you will do to them, and that's what you have to do for yourself also. You have a frequency thing here, so you need to use frequency. You need to use a frequency fork on someone's head, actually. There's a lot of creative things that you can do. Don't be conventional. You're going to look on YouTube. How do I use frequency to activate someone's head chakra to bounce them from the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius and make them connect male with female, flesh with spirit, and water with fire? And you're not going to get anything. The answers are within you. Get a frequency fork and do what you do. And if it's something unique and you don't see it on YouTube, so be it. It's your power, not theirs. It's something completely unique, and that's fine. It's awesome. Maintain the heart of a child. Don't worry about things so much. Live in the moment. And if you're brave, try to connect with me on the spirit realm. You have an astral self, a twice-born self that has abilities that you may not be tapping into, and realize that the world is not what you thought it was. If you seek first the kingdom of God, all the things that you want will be added unto you. Hallelujah. Thank you for being here. Thank you for this read. I will do free readings the rest of this week for you guys. Yes, and I will give gifts. Yes. And so this next week is going to be free. And then I'm going to put on my readings where it's $50 to $100 per reading. My energy is very important to me, and the reason I charge for it is because I don't want to just spend and spend and spend. I want you guys, if you're serious about hearing what Spirit has to say, be serious. If God brings you the money to get a reading, then it's your time to get the reading. If not, then don't. That's the way it goes. But I'm going to give free readings next week because I don't feel right about turning on my readings yet. And I want to have a little bit more dominion and power over my own personal energy next week also. I meant to take you guys to the springs, but the springs are flooded because we've been having so much rain. So I hope to take you guys to the springs again next week. I love you guys so much. Let's see what Zoltan has to say. He's just a robot and he's a jerk. So let's see what Zoltan the jerk has to say.
This is a troubling question. Do not bother yourself with the future. Meditate on this question of today. The only path to answering this question is to look within. Zoltan wishes you good fortune along the path ahead.
All right, guys. I love you, and we will see you guys again on Monday.